No, you're not. I'm not here anymore. I've changed my mind. They can't hear you. Ah. Oh, so Discord has apparently decided it wants to pick a random mic that he can talk through. It's yeah.
uh, everything's normal, and then every now and then it's like, you don't need to use that mic. What if we use like one of the unused 3.5 mil plug ports on the back of your machine? Wouldn't that be useful? Anyway, hi everyone. I'm Chris. I'm Vangelus on the internet. Over here, I got M Cypher on the line. Hello, thank you for
now you
actually
do.
being the opening intro for this one.
Thank you, Discord, for ruining the comedy joke.
Rosetta Foster, Discord has strong opinions on mics. Yeah, I'm glad. The one thing, right? I'm not happy that we all go through it, but I'm glad this is a universal language now. That, especially with the advent of working from home, Zoom calls, a lot of VoIP in light of the pandemic, that everyone now just relates when you're like, oh, it picked the wrong one. Oh, yeah, it does that. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yet, still better than Skype.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you know what else Discord has over Skype? It exists.
It's just
It actually has the most over Skype because it outlived it. I'm just going to go through, say hello to a couple names in the chat since there's people who were here. Robot Lorekeeper was here on before the dot. Shia, Tonbot, Mischievous Turtle, GD Slalom Long was here. Connor McClure, Logos, Valkysis, Cliff, Evetronia, Boulder, Oma Ender, Micron, Adam, now I'm getting to just enough duplicates where I'm not sure if I'm missing someone, and I hope I didn't slip through my fingers like so much sand. These are the Rosetta Foster, Days of Our Lives, Tonbot, I think I might have said that already. Yeah, we caught up. Hooray. I did it.
ta-da!
Anyway, hi, I'm joined by M Cypher today, because we're gonna so let me give you the M Cypher intro. Primarily I chat with M Cypher a lot at TFCon LA's. Actually, I think that's the most chatting that we do. It's like
Usually, yeah, like we gab it back and forth on the blue skies and the socials.
yeah. But
it becomes very long. It becomes very long yakety yaks at the convention.
Whatever we accomplish in text, we then like balloon out the water by speaking in person, usually at TFCon LA's. It's just how it pans out. But I had talked to Cypher about how it would be fun sometime to do, and that's not what this stream is, but like some streams about some of Cypher's like very specific and knowledgeable interests that I'm always giddy about when I hear about any kind of updates, should they even be possible anymore, about like mini cons, about bots, about, I think, did you pivot to like rare energon weapons yet, or was that just something that we were talking about?
I've got a bunch of them. I was trying to get them, and then people just keep wanting like $40 a whack for them, and it's a little outside my wanting to pay for range.
Yeah, I've always thought with those energon, like the Toys R Us Japan energon weapons and stuff, there's got to be haggle room, because it's like, listen, a lot of people won't believe you that didn't come with a toy, but I know. Mm-hmm. So why don't we talk that down a little bit?
Well, it's also just a little, okay, yeah, I know it's rare, but your market is basically me at this point. So you're going to kind of have to appeal to me.
Tell me who else is willing to pay for this, and I'll talk to them. And we'll sort this out.
That is like 90% of my to-buy list anymore.
Yeah. But while we were chatting about ideas for having a little Yammer sesh, another one Cypher suggested was talking about my favorite topic, which is my panel series topic in a very broad sense, which is just thinking about healthy hobbying, the act of collecting. Cypher, you'd actually brought up like, fighting FOMO and whatnot, and I thought that, number one, I like talking about that topic, but also you're coming from a different perspective than I've got, with not only a number of like really like specifically niche within the niche of Transformers collections that you've pursued, but also you've been around the fandom years more than me. Now, not a lot of years, but quite a few still.
A lot of years. I'm ancient as hell.
Yeah, in the bigger picture.
Also, there's another angle I kind of want to tackle, is the idea of curating your collection, as in cutting things out of it.
Yeah, trimming.
Because I've been doing that for the better part of 10 years now.
Mm-hmm. Just
trimming away at the collection, sometimes in big chunks, sometimes in little, and that's a tricky thing to do. So it's a good thing to talk and figure out.
Yeah.
What are you comfy with getting rid of?
And just to give you all, if you don't know Cypher that well, like Cypher has been around since arguably the zine days are the OG days, but the internet OG days are, for the most part, Usenet. You can easily round the corners and shave off your decimals to kind of say a lot of it started on Usenet, and Cypher was posting on Usenet back then, which is a full... you existed on Usenet.
1995.
Yeah.
Thereabout.
Yeah, that's about
95 was my first BotCon, so
yeah, that's 5 years before mine. I think I was starting to actively post on forums in mid late '99. So, but I never really posted much on. I tried posting on Usenet, but even in like the late '90s, posting on Usenet didn't make sense to me as a kid because it was like the technologies necessary
yeah,
confused me.
it was kind of old hat by then. You kind of had to grow up with that it being your only freaking option.
Yeah, and I mean, nowadays when I talk about like forums as homes as opposed to forums as a place with a thread you use, it sort of can sound as Roman to the non-Roman. With the advent of Discord channels, if not, also the advent of various social media platforms. But I've also got a little presentation put together. Well, not a presentation. I have a few browser tabs open. Number one, what we're talking about does fit into my panel series. So if you don't know this panel series, please check it out. I'm very proud of it, and nobody watches panels much, so I hawk it as much as I can. Also, this is for Long Was Here. There's the coupon code. Mother Vangelus on Toy Hacks if you want to feed the machine. If you're buying any Toy Hacks already, thank you very much. Yeah, if you want to feed the machine, please use the code because you save %. If you don't want any Toy Hacks, then I don't know, don't use the code because don't do things on account of me. But if you're already doing it anyway, there is a code. Getting that one in because I think unless I missed it, Long Was Here was probably saving up the charge to ask for that. But also, Cypher is getting more active on YouTube of late because you are one of the photo posters, among other things, on the Transformers Wikipedia, which is not the one owned by fandom.com, if I understand correctly.
Yes, we hate that one.
Fandom was recently in my feeds for a different reason, but it was funny seeing Chris McFeely pipe up about it as someone who never looked at the site in question but saw people saying maybe Fandom is bad. And McFeely's like,
what did they do? What did they do the most recent time? I've lost track.
So this one had a happy ending and actually reflected.
Oh, this
decently...
was the Giant Bomb.
Yeah, they were. Giant Bomb had a stream where Tamoor Hussain, one of their collaborators, actually from GameSpot, commented on Emma Frost's thighs in Marvel Rivals because they are commentable by intent. They are gigantic and in your face, and he said wow, I bet the Gooners are loving this, and apparently that made Fandom go wait, we want a PG-13 tone on our live streams, so they sent all these internal memos and they said stop streaming, and then there was a whole thing and Giant Bomb looked like it was gone. The Giant Bomb community, even those of us who hadn't really been participating in it for a while, all surged in to go hey Fandom, go eat your own ass or something. And the end result was that at PAX this past weekend, the 5 folks who were because some of them had already left at that point within that let's say 10-day debacle, they ended up, the 5 of them being now the co-owners of Giant Bomb as Fandom sold it to them, and apparently were this is to Fandom's credit, they had the wherewithal to go well, we've turned that into fertilizer as far as us ever doing anything with it. Okay, sure, we'll sell it to you. I've heard that this did not work for some other website. I think it was oneup.com maybe. There was some website owned by Ziff Davis, where the original owner had accrued a bunch of investors to present a 7-figure offer, and Ziff Davis said, no, I want to keep this website. So, grats to Fandom for actually selling it. And apparently, internally, there are people in there who were good to deal with, but also, I assume, because it was primarily bought by 2 people who actually penned the deal, it can't have been that expensive at that point. But yeah, that was the Fandom bit. But, Cypher, on the wiki, you're doing a lot of photo stuff, and you've got on your YouTube channel now, you've got some, let me scroll this up so you can actually see it. You've got some Toypics update videos, which are kind of themed, I guess, updates on stuff that you've been taking photos of. But you tend to have a monthly theme going on, so folks don't know.
Yeah, I've been doing this for quite a long time now. Coming on 9 years at this point. Little Patreon going, cough, cough, that every month I pick a theme. It could be a character. It could be a group of characters, a toy line, just a weird quirk of toy manufacturing, anything that kind of gets into my skull. and I will just do a whole batch of pictures on it. The number of pictures depends on how much people want to pay me. But and I just kind of got to thinking, why not turn this into videos? I could expand more than I can in a blue sky skeet. They are skeets. I will not stop calling them that. And it also kind of evolved into, like, I could just do these little short, quick, 1 to 2 minute things about a singular toy that's, fun or interesting or weird. Kind of lets me not have to deal with a theme. And I've also done a few that are like flashbacks of old pictures I've done, because I think I've got somewhere. Oh, I don't have the tally in front of me. It's something like 2,700 plus pictures that I've done for the freaking wiki over the time. It's a lot, so I get to go back. I'm also going to work on. I've got another one, like a non-update video on a rare batch of Transformers that I want to do. Just something to go over them, but I'm going to leave that one a secret. Just it's a slightly different video that will be in addition to the monthly update.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've been
just kind of been keeping those going.
Yeah, I've been checking out some of these as they've been going up, and like I'm very like whatever. I'll disclose. Like you poked me about a couple of these like while you were figuring out the template kind of thing, if I recall correctly.
Yeah. You helped a lot with the Energon one, just because some of the timing was weird, and I was just like, oh no, that what you've got there does actually work a lot better.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, for those who wonder, it's mostly just I watched it and I was like, if I were to divide this into chunks, it feels like this chunk should maybe be over here. I think that was like the main thing.
That was a big thing, and I oh Lord, did that one go through a lot of cuts, because I have so much to talk about with Energon. There is so much to talk about in that line.
I'm able to talk about that show a lot every time I catch sight of it. That's the one show in either language where I turn into a hater, which is not common. And I try to keep it constructive.
I tried to avoid talking about the show as much as possible in that video.
Lie over at Diaclona, if you aren't following her, by the way. Good YouTube channel.
I am, in fact, following her.
Yeah, on her Discord, she was, like, in the VC, like, continuing her watch through of Energon, and I caught 3 episodes from the middle of the show around the time when Alpha Q goes into a sun. And so I watched Superlink in fan subs, right? Which, give or take, that's probably in that show's case, the strongest way to watch it, because, for instance, you get every episode uniquely. And I didn't like it
I don't
that
know,
much
is that
then.
a good thing?
Yeah, it's because I think the missing episode is, like, plot relevant, is my understanding. But the Energon dub is a mess. It's it's really bad. And I'm not a stick up for her, but the Armada dub has this kind of scrappy, like, we're kind of just trying to make a thing happen sense that doesn't have the endearing nature of the RID 2001 dub at all. But Energon really sounds like everyone hates what they're doing and wants to leave. And I forgot how deep Rodimus's dub voice is. It's really deep. I should just catch up a bit on the chat, because our Robo Lorekeeper said a great quote here. Not commenting on Emma Frost's thighs in Marvel Rivals while she's on screen is like not commenting on a solar eclipse. Oma Ender's also recommending to hit up Mercari and some other secondhand JP sites for some of those Energon weapons.
I have surprisingly not done a lot with those. I've tended to look. What's the name of the one site? There's this one.
Is it Mandarake?
There's this one chain of Mandarake. That's it.
Yeah.
I did get a lot. Like, I actually bought like the entire run of Omnicons and Terracons, the Takara releases through Mandarake.
Yeah.
Surprisingly inexpensive.
Yeah, Mandarake still, even though it's a lot more well known now than it was even like 10 years ago. Every now and then you can still catch some really solid deals on there if you are awake at like 3 to 4 in the morning Eastern time and know what to search for when they start listing stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So every now and then, like, yeah, like even Diaclone Reboot, I caught a Waruda Roars for 18k yen, which is pretty, even with shipping, a pretty darn good deal compared to trying to get it
just
domestically.
Deal with their, late 90s website jank, and you're good.
Yeah. Oh, Boulder, Mercari JP
It's charming.
Mercari JP is either great deals or it's a guy trying to sell a loose Galaxy Force convoy for $950. And that sounds like Walmart's third-party listings.
Because a couple of people have commented on it. Yeah, my PFP there, that is a little character that I created like when I was 5, and he's just kind of always been there, just called Scruffy.
Yeah.
He's like an evolved version of one of those little. I don't know how many people ever made those little colored puff balls with googly eyes and little sticky feet.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
He's one of those, but then kind of run through the Tokyo Movie Shinsha filter when I was big into Tiny Toons.
You know, this is... I don't know why that reminds... Because I was thinking about the thumbnail I made, wherein I grabbed a copy of Scruffy, and I'm just realizing I never actually went on Blue Sky to say that we went live. I'm just going to do that now. We are live, by the way.
And
yeah.
we got to shout out Trans Salamander. Hello.
Oh, Cat Salamander's in here. Hello. I caught some... YouTube.com/@TransSalamander was on General Techno's Twitch stream the other night, just going through Techno. Techno gets piles of toys and unboxes them on Twitch, among other things, and was shredding through some toys and chatting with Cat Salamander on there. And I popped in and I forgot what I talked about. I was talking about some weird niche side thing. I forgot. I don't remember what we talked about anymore.
What us weird niche? No.
Yeah, you know, it's... Speaking of weird niches, by the way, fighting FOMO and trimming collections and healthy collecting habits, I'll pop back to the face cam just so there's less colors everywhere for a second here. But what I was thinking was I just lead in with usually I like starting off with FOMO because like FOMO is one of the most in-your-face upfront things. FOMO permeates, I think, any kind of collecting, like even if you have a niche. For instance, this is a very niche thing. I went to a BMV, right, which is like a little secondhand bookshop, which also tends to get the stuff that would otherwise go back to a publisher for liquidation, we're pretty sure. And so I walked into the BMV near the Eaton Center, and no one go and steal these, by the way, if they still have them. Please wait for me. Don't do whatever you want. But they had the entirety, all 6 mini hardcovers of IDW 2 sitting there in a row. I'm not used to BMV having stuff sequentially, let alone in complete form like that. However,
dang, I'm tempted.
They were still $30 each. I didn't have $180 to drop on 6 hardcover graphic novels, nor do I have a place to put 6 hardcover, thin ones, but still 6 hardcover graphic novels. And this is IDW 2, by the way.
$500? Good lord.
IDW 2 Volume 5 is worth it, because I know the IDW collection. I'm not talking about Phase 2, by the way. None of the phases, nothing. This is IDW Continuity number 2. This is the one that everyone dunks on. This is the one with rubble. This is
That's the one I like. I love that.
Wait,
I love IDW 2.
Yeah, okay. Because I know Kat has been trying to collect the IDW collection big hardcovers. Okay. And I know that a number of those are incredibly expensive, but IDW never did collection hardcovers for IDW 2. They only did Phase 2 Volume 5.
Phase 2. Okay, yeah.
They only did small hardcovers for IDW 2. Because I'm an IDW 2 enjoyer, I always will say it has its problems. When you read it live, it definitely, like, if you weren't into the world building 1,000%, it could be kind of slow. But whenever they world built, they did stuff I liked. So they bribed me, basically.
Oh, yeah, I am very much into that world building.
Yeah. But I was staring at all 6 of them, and I was just like, I don't have the money for this right now, and I don't have anywhere to put these other than them getting lost in my apartment the moment I get home. And I don't know which of these is harder or easier to get right now off of anywhere else. So I'm just going to leave them. And so I walked away. But that was some extremely niche FOMO in an extremely niche scenario.
I'll give you my extremely niche FOMO. This was TFCon. Very into TFCon. There was this one Junk Shop USA had their little booth in the corner, and in past years I've gotten a lot of stuff from them. Fantastic people, love them. They let me take pictures of their safety prime for the wiki. That was great. And they actually had, to go back to what we were talking about earlier, they had a full store set of the Energon weapons, like the yellow cutter and the black Krulok sword. Like a full set of 5 each with the backer card that each store got. They got 10 total to give away. and they were like selling it, and he's like, "You want it?" And I'm sitting there going, "Huh, okay, that's actually a really good price for 10 energon weapons, even though I've already got the yellow cutter. What if I sit here and I'm sitting here doing calculus in my head? Like, what if I'll just take one black and I can put them on eBay. But on the other hand, money's tight. I don't want and it's just, I waffled on that for like an hour before just having to eventually walk away, and it was sad. But
Yeah.
and every now and then I think about it going, damn, I really could have had that black sword. But then again, to kind of to kind of give a preview of what we're going to talk about later, probably, what was really killing me was, do I really want to deal with eBay for these?
Mm.
Do I want to deal with eBay for these? Do I want to go to the TJ Rockets or whatever down here and see if they'll take one or two of them?
Yeah,
Is it worth that much for one sword?
I've had that before, especially with the newest version that is with Blocky's waves. Should I get a chase figure, for instance, it is always mathematically superior for me to, if I get a chase figure, if I want the normal one, to hover AliExpress to get another box of that set for on sale during coupons or something, pull out the ideally non-chase version of the figure that I will then pull. If I pull the chase second time, then I guess hooray, because I can sell that more easily on its own. But then I'll be like, well, now I have the rest of a Blocky's wave to dissect up. I mean, it's not like it's going to be hard amongst, like, you know, friends or even or whatever to, like, pass along at cost the rest of a Blocky's wave. But sometimes when faced with that, I was going to do that after TFCon LA for to get IDW Optimus, since I pulled the chase. Mm-hmm. But then TF Source had an IDW Optimus sitting there out of package for $15, and I was like, okay, I could hypothetically get this for more like 5 or 10 if I order off AliExpress for 70 Canadian and then do the work of splitting it up and etc. Or I could just spend an extra $5-10 and just get the thing now and then not think about all of that.
And then not have to deal with all that.
Yeah, and so yeah, that is also, you know, I guess a little tangential to FOMO, but something that can fuel FOMO is like, this is a really good deal if I do this, then this, followed by this. And sometimes you might, if you have like one moment of pause, or I guess an hour of pause even, you can kind of think to yourself, wait, do I want to do all that? Do I want to do that? Do I want to do all that even if I am at the heights of productivity and my brain is really happy? I don't know. But yeah, FOMO is it's prevalent everywhere, and I think that really the biggest thing about FOMO is figuring out ways to combat it. And one of my favorite ones that I will always cite is literally everything will eventually cycle around again. Might not be for the same price, but it will eventually cycle around for a similar price. Items do not cease to exist when your greatest chance to get at one passes by. It might take a while, it might even go by years, but in all that time, you may also decide, like, hey, I actually was only really excited about solving a FOMO situation, less so the item itself. There's a whole lot of, I kind of call it, like, blurring that can happen to your brain when you're faced with a FOMO situation. And I think that being able to at least identify when that's happening can really help you through getting, I guess I'll use the word navigating one of those tunnels.
Do you need it now?
Yeah, and
That's a good question to always ask.
And are you going to be happy after, like, tomorrow afterwards? Also, I will say, if you have the financial means to just go all in on some FOMO when it happens, then do it. If it's not hurting you, and you don't mind, like, it's fine. You can do a FOMO now and then. You can do a big impulse thing. If you just got like a sick paycheck, or you somehow have royalties on something, all of a sudden, like, it turns out they filmed your face in like a Taco Bell commercial, and now you get like $1,000 a year for that or whatever. By the way, I don't know if that's real. I'm just making up a situation. I always
I've had a situation like that.
Oh yeah, like if you're able to do it without hurting yourself, it's like, you have a candy once in a while, that's fine. No one's gonna go like, you succumbed to FOMO, you scum. Like, we don't got FOMO cops yet. Maybe in a couple years, I don't know. No. But Cypher, you're saying like you had a situation kind of like that.
Well, no, it was a cartoon ended up using a piece of art of mine in the background by probably accident, and I was like, hey, what's going on? Oh shit. Okay, here we'll put your name in the credits, blah blah blah, and here's some money to kind of we're giving you our here's what we would pay a contractor to do that. Okay. And that kind of went into some nice toys. But yeah, the other FOMO I had recently, I had to pass on Lio Kaiser. That hurt.
Oh, that happened to me too. I was really certain I'd be able to do it, and then like in the final 2 weeks, I was like, oh no, this is not coming together. But I actually went through that with Omega Prime too.
Yeah, in the end, it was just like I theoretically could. I could really use that $300 more right now though than I can. And actually, I was talking about it with you at TFCon. Is like looking at how Star Saber and Deathsaurus are still available through many dealers, and the prices are not terrible for what they are.
Nobody Unicroned. Like, no HasLab passed Unicron in the Sandcrawler, I believe. Sandcrawler? Or Jabba's thing, whatever it's called. Skiff.
The sail barge.
Yeah, the sail barge. Unicron and the sail barge were outliers. No other HasLab that I'm aware has ever spiked the way those two have. And the Transformers ones, Victory Saber is now more often a little bit more expensive than the toy is worth in the most distant sense, but like Deathsaurus remained a fairly like stable price for I think a good year and a half. I expect Omega Prime. Well, Omega Prime's going to be a funny situation now with all the current headlines. So let's set Omega Prime over here in a little bubble. But barring that happening again, barring that happening again, I suspect Lio Kaiser will be similar to Deathsaurus. In that like. And Omander mentioning someone trying to get 600 for HasLab Omega Prime. There are always going to be people who try, but they're
470 for a Victory Saber. Yeah, that's not terrible, all things considered. What it is.
Yeah, it's like 600. Like once you basically double, assuming the $300 rough. Let's just pretend HasLabs are always 300, right? And I know they're not, but pretend that 600 within a year of it coming out. That would be like, well, if that doesn't hurt you and you're okay slinging a big tip to the person selling it to you, I guess. Then do what you want to do. But like,
I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna hit up a handful of people who I thought might have bought two. Just say, hey, you're not gonna want to get rid of one of those, are you? see what deals I can finagle. But
same situation.
Yep.
I'm playing it. I always play it kind of just loosey goosey now though, because now that I have missed things of note before, every time I miss something, it does make it a bit easier. To be able to go like, I'll just see if I can swing at it when they actually ship, and then if I can't, I'll see if I can swing at it another time. And in over time, if I keep not finding a ball to hit, I actually get to have a grail all of a sudden. Because I like
it's something I can save up for,
Yeah, I like it.
It could be that thing you tuck away a couple bucks every now and then.
Yeah, I like the concept of, number one, grails being a bit less of like a terminal term, but I also like achievable grails of just like, no, there's a HasLab I missed last year, and I'm hoping I can catch it for under, double its price. I still would rather like try to deal hunt like mad, or like try to find one that maybe took a ding somewhere that I could repair. I know that with Omega Prime, like there has been the discussion of like, and especially now that it still is a little bit, it went from clear to once again a little nebulous, how at least this initial wave of them, like how any kind of returns or spare parts might work.
Is.
Yeah, but there was a period where it was like, well, if some of them are breaking, maybe it'll be easier to get one for cheaper, and it's like, no, that's not wrong. Or people who are just really bummed out and want to get the thing out of their house because it makes them feel upset, right? Which is totally valid. That can be a real bummer. But like a big part of FOMO is realizing there are no terminal consequences to missing out, because like no one will give you a demerit. You can't get ticketed. We don't, as I said, we don't got FOMO cops yet, and eventually someone wants to get rid of their stuff again, and it'll swing around again, and then maybe like if you do still really want it. Especially if you're in any kind of social circles, even the smallest ones, like in a 20-person Discord server or something. If you just keep mentioning, "Damn, I hope I can catch this thing," people who don't want it as much will see other people list it, and they'll hit you up most likely. Like, hey, you keep talking about it. Well, 3 years later, I just saw one go up for sale. and especially like going back to Cypher and the campaign Energon or Superlink Energon weapons. If you're also possibly the only person anyone knows is even looking for it, people will funnel information to you if you have your doors open wide enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Yeah, no, you will find it eventually. I had the urge. I needed to buy that, those Beast Former / Laser Beast books, and I managed to find one. I was able to jump on that because those suckers are rare as hell. But
books are out of my. I don't even know how. Like I've chased a couple of books and guides, and a couple dojins. There's a Diaclone reboot one. There's two of them that I always see on Mandarake now. One of them is 3 to 4k yen. The other one that I think I have is now like 8 to 9k yen, and I don't know why. So books are always like confusing to me when I find out there's like I have T-Beast 1 and 2. I don't know what happened to those dojins. I know those dojins are known because those are the ones that they were the ones where they reimagined a lot of G1 characters as beast formers. And those ones I think those got some people in trouble eventually. Not their own fault, but like tangentially with the way that that's
sort of related. Helping with FOMO is recognizing when something is going to be a pipe dream. When I really have a lot of money and I happen to luck upon it, because like I said, back to Laser Beasts, that's about all that's left that I need to get for my Battle Beast / Beast Formers collection. The Laser Beasts. Good luck finding any of them with their weapons for under $100.
Yeah.
So at that point, it's all just, you know what? I've kind of accepted that I'm kind of staying where I am on that collection right now. So I'll just focus on something else inexpensive.
Oh yeah, and kind of bouncing off that, I think another thing, and by the way, any suggestions I give, and I'll just say by extension, anything that we talk about on here, these are less solutions and more like this is some chatter and some noise to maybe hopefully let your own gears turn a little bit for your own situation, right? I could never say anything I say is like here's a solution for you, but one concept I've tried to peddle around a bit is the idea that like collections don't need to be objectively complete, they can be complete for yourself, right? And so for example, like I mean, I don't know why this is the first thing that jumps to mind, but in the collection of like, I'm going to try, for instance, I want to collect every single Minicon in Micron, right? If you started that today, there might be some that you may want to just say, those are not part of the collection I'm trying to make, right?
I don't need every rare store exclusive from Japan freebie.
Yeah.
I don't need to hunt down the Space Galaxy Destruction guys who are $300 a whack or something.
Yeah. And I almost would say that there is a way to put some fun personality into your collection if there are specific ones missing, and then you say, I don't know, like as an idea, you just print off images of them on a piece of cardboard and put that on the shelf as well. And go like, look, there's my one-of-a-kind Papercraft edition versions of these guys because, as you said, they're 300 apiece. The physical ones, currently not part of the collection, but these Papercraft one-of-a-kinds, that's the real stuff.
Well, you just reminded me of all the stuff we did as kids because we didn't really have that many Transformers. So, like the few decoys we had, no, those are the guys now. Yep, that's Windcharger. Yeah. We never had a Darth Vader action figure, so IG-88 was our Darth Vader when we played. Just to kind of go a little nuts there. Figure out, no, what, this works for me.
Yeah, like one concept hypothetical I presented at the panel this year with TJ was like, let's say that you are collecting, you happen to have collected 4 out of 5 of, like, say, the Insecticons or something, right? Or you have every Insecticon except for Venom, right? And then they put out a Venom. That doesn't mean you have to go get Venom. In fact, it's maybe even more of a conversation starter when someone goes like, hey, in every version of the Insecticons you have, you never bought Venom. And you could just like, yeah, I don't like him. So I collect
the longest time from like Siege onwards. I would have these collections of like I own every iteration of this mold except the original dude it was meant to be.
Yeah.
Like I had every iteration of the Earthrise Cliffjumper mold except that first Cliffjumper. I have every Skids except Skids.
Yeah. No, that Cliffjumper. There was
a lot of those going on. Huffer was another one.
I ended up getting Hubcap and Bugbite, and then I was like, what if these are just these are the versions of this mold that I have, or these two? because like that was when the Netflix Bumblebee was the big thing, and I was like, I don't like this enough to turn this into a like a quest.
A hunt.
So
Yeah.
I think I'll just chill out with Hubcap and Bug Bite because I've got almost all the parts this mold ever uses now.
Yeah. I
was,
lucked out on that one.
someone mentioned we were talking about books. Connor McClure was saying the complete Allspark Almanac being $6 bajillion. Yeah, I keep hearing that, like the complete one, not the
Is
two
it
separate
now?
ones. That thing is always bonkers.
Oh.
Like the fat version.
Oh no, I've just got the normal. All right.
Yeah, no, they did a combined one. I've never seen it on a shelf myself. I've signed my picture in them a couple times and always felt bad because I'm like, this is valuable. But not anymore.
You're ruining its value.
Yeah. Or GD Slalom says, I've got a near complete collection of Balkon 2011 animated toys. Decided that custom class Minerva doesn't count for my own sanity. Me too. And I was at that Balkon.
I have that, and I'm debating if I want to keep it.
Yeah, that Minerva is one of the more bonkers custom class pieces now, I think. Because I
have no idea how to go about selling it.
Yeah, I don't know. I would say in your area, if you have access to people and even mom and pop storefronts, that might be the best place to go. The idea of putting something actually worth a lot of money on eBay terrifies me because I'm like, number one, eBay's going to take a hella cut. Number two, eBay sides with the buyer. So what if I ship this thing and then the buyer just, because now I'm going to have to like film myself putting it into the package so I have evidence to back up what I did.
And there's another angle that smacked me in the face. It's where was it up here? Somebody was talking about how they don't do. Let me see. Oh yeah, Evetronia. Yeah, I don't deal with selling on eBay. Just take my stuff to the local toy shop where I take a loss on things, but it's worth instead of dealing and selling with eBay. Nominally, yes. You kind of get, if you're going to purge a collection, you kind of got to do again, is it worth my time and effort? eBay is a lot of work. I mean, just taking the photos of all this stuff to make sure to show, no, this is good, this is complete. A lot of work. It is a big pain in the butt. You will get more. Because I've worked in enough hobby shops over the years, you'll be lucky to get half of what its current air quotes going rate is if you take it to any of those shops. And if that doesn't matter to you, beautiful. But if you do sell on eBay, just note, I sold enough last year that I actually had to report it on taxes. And this year I'm going to be looking into how much of the shipping materials and shipping can I write off on my taxes, because I ended up owing on my federal because of that.
Oh, I mean, shipping materials, an unspoken cost. Because I used to, and I know people out there still do it because they're able, and as long as you can, and you're going to sell a lot of stuff, go for it. I used to save almost every box that something shipped in that I got. But at a certain point, I was like, I can't deal with having this like ruddy, bits and pieces pseudo shipping operation pile. It's too much bother for me. But I've found a lot of buyers online, the first thing they want to try to do is figure out how to make shipping not be part of the cost. And it's like, once you actually ship toys yourself, you realize like that's a big ask of anyone to like comp you on the shipping, at least in Canada. Because it's
the same here. It's the same here.
Yeah, especially if they want the thing to show up like in remotely good condition. So yeah, there is an element I think of like also this is, I guess, going to the trimming talk, but like I do this when I sell at toy shows as much as I can, accepting that I won't get the best price for it, but that there's a lot of dopamine still available for actually just selling it for like an amount that still feels kind of cool. I'll also say, if you are checking eBay for your prices, and I know a lot of you already know this, but I'll put the word out there, right? Only check the sold auctions, unless there are none.
They must have sold.
Yeah, if there are none that have sold, then you got to start doing more kind of hypothetical gradient math. But if there are any sold auctions, just look at those so that you don't, for lack of a better term, go a little bit kooky. Because like there are a lot of things
there is a gulf between asking and getting.
Yeah, like there's a lot of stuff on eBay where you could look at and go like, damn, this toy's worth $800, and it's kind of like, it's more that this one guy wants $800 for it, and nobody seems to want to pay that. So you can maybe, if you see, an auction's been sitting around for a very long time at a certain price and it's not moving, you can kind of go like, perhaps that is above the ceiling of the price this is actually worth to any currently living human who might purchase mine.
Done a fair bit of that.
Yeah.
Done a fair bit of that.
Oh, hey, Lee, how's it going?
Hey.
Lee's dropping, by the way. There are some new emotes from members, thanks to, I think it was Alex in the Discord who did the physical work. We've got a couple soggy emotes now, so if you see those, don't get scared. But that is one of them there. Sorry, Cypher, you were saying?
Oh yeah, no, they were talking about the BotCon G2 Sideswipe convention or customization class exclusive. Yeah, that was. I don't know if it was 2008. It might have been. But yeah, no, it was the Universe mold in G2 colors.
I don't. It might have been. I don't have that one. Because I think that's before they were selling them on their own.
Wait, no, that might have been that would have been 2010 because I think Minerva would have been 2011.
Yeah.
And she was only the second one that was a new color, so yeah, I think it was 2010. Yeah.
Oh, that matches up actually, right? 2010 was not Wings. That was 09.
Was the G2 year.
Yeah, okay.
That was the year Trent and I wrote the comic.
Yeah. That because I remember it was some years in before the custom figure was available just as basically an unpainted toy you could buy.
And several years before it was actually new colors rather than just runoffs of here's stuff without paint.
Yeah, because I want to say Minerva wasn't available because any custom...
It was not, no.
Yeah. Because I remember that bummed me out because it was like after Minerva. I think it might have even been the year after in 2012. If 2012 was Machine Wars?
Yeah, they started... I think they got so much shit for Minerva.
Yeah. But also, like... I'm kind of just going off the top of my head. I'm shooting from the hip here, so, I might be forgetting something. I remember when they started doing it, it was after all the custom class colorways that actually excited me. So I was, like, double salty. Because I was...
22 might have been the Shattered Glass one that we didn't do a lot for.
Well, 20 because I know that one of the first ones I got was the Blast Charge Warpath.
That was San Diego. I drive by that hotel all the dang time.
Yeah.
No, yeah, that would have been 2013. Was the Machine Wars with the Blast Charge? I never got that one.
Okay. Yeah, I got that one because I was like, well, I'm gonna get it now, but I was like, especially obviously especially unpainted. I was like, this is wildly less exciting than the Striker one.
And that's another FOMO one. Every now and then I'll see one for like, oh, that's good. Why? Do I really want that? I've got a perfectly fine original Blast Charge.
And, original Blast Charge, I think also slightly more exciting figure in several ways. I mean, because, the BotCon Blast Charge has one giant nipple. Original Blast Charge has like 3 or 4 sticking out, so,
And they're way bigger.
Yeah, it's simple mathematics. But now I forgot where we were in all this. I think we were starting to sort of dip into the trimming talk, but that's actually something that I'm still struggling with. Is I have never sold all of my BotCon stuff from any year I went because I'm still even though I don't have many nice things to say about the Fun Pub experience in hindsight either. And literally, like, the company experience, the toys, etc., not the people I met, obviously. But, like, they still have that souvenir attachment in my brain that I can't disassociate yet. That's one of my own little struggles, because there are some sets I have that I love, and there's some sets I have that I just don't feel much for, except that they are souvenirs, and they're part of that blob in my brain.
No, I would say it's perfectly fine to hold on to something if it's got a story behind it. And that story could be just what it means to you. Oh, this is my first convention. This was my first convention. I picked that. It is perfectly fine, even if it doesn't matter. Perfectly fine to hold on to something if it's just got some kind of little emotional attachment there. That's not just a dopamine rush.
Yeah. And yeah, Sideswipe Prime, like I know that you and some other folks have said that about some of the, because nowadays like a TFCon exclusive, the TFCon LA exclusives, for instance, they aren't like a cohesive, design set. They're more like one-off pieces that various different third-party companies come up with, but they are to this new, this new generation of convention goer to a TFCon. They are also that souvenir to some degree, and so folks like, I have one that I'm a little attached to, even though like I think other people like it more than me. I still like it. I have that G2 Make Toys Jazz in the G2 packaging homage they made that apparently Chosen Prime had to assemble by hand on the Friday because it came from like 2 or 3 different factories. But they made the giant bubble clamshell thing, but it was like a whole thing to put it together. And I love it because I think that the fact that a company figured out how to make the stupid G2 clamshell.
They went that far.
Yeah.
Sparkle motion.
Exactly. I'm like, no,
Committed to sparkle motion.
This resonates with me. Like, I've never opened it, even though I think it is resealable, just because I was like, I have the normal one, and the main difference is this one has a green gun. But, like, I can just look at its green gun if I want to remember what that looks like. But, like, there's going to be one-offs like that also stick with me. So, like, with trimming, I think, like, one big strategy is first, like, figuring out, like, and this sort of goes to my the older side of my panel series, which is, you start to just have to think about what is it about, and we'll focus on Transformers for now, but I think there are also wider conversations to have about other collections. And it's like, what actually charges me with good feelings in my brain and why, amidst all of this stuff, outside of the part where I bought it? Because that's to me is always the little cutoff I make, which is like, if buying it was the best part, that's not good, for me at least.
Yeah, learn to tell the difference between the dopamine rush of new thing, and this has like a meaning. This has an attachment in some way.
Yeah, and actually, I want to kind of bounce off what Omander just posted. It says, "quote I'm someone who eventually forgets everything, so sentimentality with toys doesn't really apply. It's just more." Do I no longer get joy from you? And I think that is actually a really good practice to, and again, I'm not giving you solutions, I'm just giving things to think about. That kind of practice is a good one to just even experimentally do if you do have a lot of sentimentality with a lot of your stuff. I've been, one of my own personal little struggles has been trying to better define what sentimentality for me is, because I have a lot of it for a lot of things. And try to figure out, of all my sentimentalities, which one is worthy of me and which one is happenstance, for instance. Yeah, like figuring out like what in your collection actually makes you happy, and this can be a wide breadth of reasons. Figuring out any of them gives you little footholds from which you can then start going, like, you might just point at one thing off in the distance. Like for me, it was the Gutokuru Master Force human figures that I had of Jinrai and Minerva. And I looked at them one day years and years ago, and I was like, now that it's been a few years since I got those, whenever I look at them, I feel a void. Like, I just don't feel anything, and I'm like, I mostly remember thinking it's neat that those exist, and I had fun doing a video shoot with them, and I had fun, getting them and opening them and messing with them, but now that enough years have gone by, whenever I think of pulling them back out of their packages, I go like, it seems like a bunch of work I don't want to do. And so eventually I just sold them off, because I was like, that was one of the first times I identified, this is a good, interesting, valid piece that doesn't fit me anymore, so I'd like to sell it, and furthermore, pass it along to someone who is actually more excited about it, because that's more fair to, and I don't want to anthropomorphize objects, obviously, but it is more fair to the object's existence that it goes to be with someone who is actually happy about having it, as opposed to me, who's not unhappy, it's just I don't feel anything about having it.
The question, like the big one I started was, because I had a monstrously huge collection back in the 90s to early 2000s, and eventually, like around 2010, it just kind of hit me. I have moved these, so much of this has just been sitting in tubs. I have moved them through multiple domiciles across multiple states, and they've all just been sitting in tubs this entire time.
Mm-hmm.
How much do I really give a damn about Generation 1 Sideswipe? And the 18 different versions of him I own right now.
By the way, condolences to Sideswipe Prime in the chat.
Yes, sorry.
Because Sideswipe Prime is a Sideswipe collector, so that's kind of funny.
Everybody's got their favorite. Everybody's got their favorite. Doesn't matter what they do or don't do in the fiction. Everybody's got their niche favorite.
Mike Aronoff with but his jetpack. Well, you know what though? You know what doesn't have that jetpack? Like all the G1 versions of Sideswipe. So maybe we're actually creating a better world.
Optimus is never a Sideswipe.
I actually saw a Transalamander mention late 2017 having nearly every Star Wars Black Series figure. Realizing looking at them on the shelf, I don't want nearly all of them, or nearly any of them. Sold about 90% of them. That's something I still have to go through with all the Star Wars stuff I have. I didn't even go completist. I just bought a lot of First Order stuff, because during the first two of the sequel films, I thought the First Order had a fun vibe as, like, scumbag villains. And I'm kind of cold, like, and this is leaving out Star Wars discourse. By the way, please don't start any in the chat. Aaron's not here.
Not gonna touch it.
I don't have the patience to try to mod any of it. But, like, I was just like, yeah, I don't think owning I still think that they have this fun, kitschy value visually and aesthetically, but owning figures of a whole bunch of them and having troop-built First Order Stormtroopers, I'm like, I think that was a thing 2015 me liked doing, and I don't think I feel that anymore. The problem is they're everywhere. So I need to, like, try to, like, scoop them all up and organize them into bags, and I haven't done that yet, because I'm just like...
Yeah, I purged what was left of most of my Star Wars not too long ago, and it was like, okay, and it really was that Jabba's Palace, like the Jabba's Palace and the Jabba's sail barge, that kind of like, well, I'm never getting that, and that would have been the ultimate thing. Yeah. And again, they're just, all right, you know what? Bye.
Yeah. And this is a point I make often, but this toy makes me happy. Just put it really well, and it's a great version of one of my favorite points. Purging older figures can be quite liberating. Then you have room for shiny new figures. Exactly, and especially people have different living situations. I live in Toronto. I will call it it's not. There are smaller apartments in Toronto, but my apartment is not huge. So I would really like to be able to comb through here. I wish I had like some kind of digital extra room I could bolt onto my balcony temporarily to just put things in to sort through them, because that's one of my biggest roadblocks. But I love being able to like maneuver stuff out of here, also because I like to get new stuff. That's something I've been thinking about. I was thinking about this by myself, wandering around talking to myself the other night, as one does. But I was like, there obviously a lot of my points tend to revolve around how can you enjoy your hobby outside of simply acquiring stuff. But when we're all in a collector hobby, I do need to acknowledge the main way a lot of collectors enjoy their hobby is the collecting of items and objects. Mm-hmm. And it would be disingenuous of me to go like, you can be a collector without buying anything and be completely happy, and you should, because it's like, no, I mean, obviously that is a big element of the hobby, but I feel that being the only element of the hobby is not only, like, I think the more I think about it over the years, right, not true, but also it's also a dangerous viewpoint to push upon, especially people who are entering the hobby, because you're kind, and that's what happened, I think, to a lot of us when we were younger in the hobby. The sensation of I love this hobby and I need to keep up with it by buying everything. And then if you were in it in the late 2000s and early 2010s in North America, you actually kind of could, because we were getting...
Oh, you absolutely could, because I did.
Yeah, we were getting bucket brigades of toys hurled in our faces at, like, old toy prices, with lots of liquidation sales happening.
At a reasonable rate of output. Like, this was before, like, 2007 was an explosion.
Yeah.
In more ways than one. And, that was when I first really started looking at what was there going, I can't get everything domestic anymore. This has nothing to do with my opinions on the movie. It's just like, I'm just looking at everything going, I can't. I cannot afford everything. Good God, no. I can't even afford everything at regular retail, never mind all the exclusives. Mm-hmm. And that was kind of the first blow to completionism, FOMO, and all that. It's like, oh yeah, that's a very pretty Ratchet. It sure is a very pretty Ratchet.
Yeah.
I'm glad I got to see it.
I always remember...
never have to think about it again.
When we started the podcast in TFW, that's when I met Gogdog, and Gogdog was a Starscream collector who had just gone through 2007 kind of like, panting a little bit, like, ha-ha, whew. And then as we went through 08 and 09, I believe it was during that maybe it was right before the podcast or in our first year or two, Gogdog was like, I can't be a Starscream collector anymore because Starscream is a movie character, and they make 400 things of him every single year now.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Mike, I wish I had a party room in my building to rent. I don't. We're an old timey apartment building. We just have apartments. Kind of being able to funnel down a bit, like, and obviously the first place you can go is if you ask yourself, is my reaction to my friends saying that something is cool to go out and purchase it my usual reaction? Because that's already one thing that you can do to trim a little bit of the future crime, to cut out some of the stuff that hasn't happened yet, is reactionary purchasing. And I think that in the era we're in, a lot of people are being forced out of that to a degree. It is, by the way, May 14th. The news is always happening. As far as I understand it, the vaunted shroud of May 9th actually came and went with nothing happening because a 90-day tariff window happened that, it's all very liquid. And if you were actually working at a company, none of this is helping you because 90 days is not enough to engage any kind of processes other than...
No, I talked with enough people and in certain industries, and they're like, yeah, we don't know. We had a price sheet just go out, and now we don't know if that. Now they're telling us, wait, just don't change your prices yet. We're not sure. Fuck, please, just make it stop.
One of the board game Kickstarters. I'm not actually a backer, but I'm following their updates because it's for Yomi 2. It's like a fighting game card game. They were one of the first Kickstarters who were very transparent about the fact that the initial tariffs may in fact nuke them as a company, and that they have no idea how to deliver on their Kickstarter because it was priced around pre-tariff stuff. So they were like, we're just going to have our game produced and leave it over there for a sec. So when the 90-day window opened, they were like, okay, so everyone needs to lock their addresses now. Because we're going to try to just ship this thing in the next week so that we just exist within the 90-day window and don't die. So when it comes to toy production, it's like, and I think we're never going to know, but I think that the greater Omega Prime conversation is very informed by the hypothetical that's been presented that I think is not unreasonable, that perhaps at least one run of Omega Prime was very quickly produced, as fast as possible, to try to get here before the grand unknown even had its full coalescence, its first one happen, let alone its second, third, fourth, or fifth. Like the era that we are in now, I think, and this is not I'm not going to say it's a silver lining because the era we're in now kind of sucks in general, but a lot of opportunities to kind of be gluttonous in your hobby spaces are being literally wrenched away from you. So in the interest of like still having like a healthy hobby as a thing to, every now and then even your brain out, the I guess upside is you have less of an opportunity to give in to simple FOMO and simple just like, I'm going to pre-order every wave as they go up kind of stuff.
GD Slalom had a good way, but I'm still learning how to appreciate things from a distance, being able to go, I like watching other people enjoy this because I don't have it.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Oh, yeah.
A concept I've been thinking of that I presented at the last panel is the idea of enjoying a figure through your friends' experiences. And I think that that's something that, regardless of whatever happens in the world, that is just, I think, a skill worth developing. And I'm saying this, by the way, I'm not in any way claiming I've mastered this skill. I have not. But I like the idea of, for instance, Diaclone Reboot, great example, right? That is a difficult line to just get into and collect before or after the current era we're in.
It was expensive beforehand.
Yeah. And I think Diaclone Reboot is a great example of a line that is fascinating. It's amazing. It's one of the highlights of, I think, the toy... the higher end toy industry, the fact that it even exists, it's an amazing passion project, and I think that it's a great example of a line that is worth, if you think it looks neat but you don't want to buy any of it, what a great place to mess around with the idea of like, I'm going to just see what everyone does with their Diaclone and see how they all work. See, I mean, you can see if it clicks with you at all. I know for a fact Diaclone Reboot just bounces off some people because it is basically playsets. You're just buying articulated playsets over and over again.
I love playsets. Lord, do I love playsets.
Yeah,
Man, I
like
miss playsets.
not trying to sell anyone on it, but like my favorite way of describing a Diaclone reboot piece, just to, in general, because there will be ups and downs, is on a Transformers piece, like a modern one, there's always that piece of the figure where you're like, oh, this is the good bit, this is the prime cut, this is where all the cool stuff happens, right? Like it could be a piece of articulation, it could be like a moment in the transformation where you're just like, oh, here's the value lump on this toy. Diaclone Reboot is like, what if you just made most of the toy out of that, right? So like, what if the value lump permeated most of this figure? So you have a robot figure, and his chest is also a working cockpit, but his legs have flip-out jet boosters. His arms have modular hand swap rotators, but also they can swap out for other arms. And every single little connector joint is on a micro ratchet joint, right? So all of that stuff, right, is why Diaclone Reboot is like, I think it's a fascinating line. I think that is one of the best places to, if you find it interesting, to hone the idea of checking it out and enjoying it through the people who have decided that is their lifestyle toy, toy line they collect.
A way to consider it, like the same way that you would watch somebody on Twitch play a game.
Yeah,
I watch so many people play games. I'll shout him out. Nash, Radio Dead Air, fun guy, great. He's playing like XCOM and Baldur's Gate, and those are games that would give me paralysis choice something fierce, but I love watching him play it. And you can try adapting that idea. It's like, yeah, I'm watching people in one of the Discords I'm in talking about their Wild King toys. I would love to have some Wild King toys. I'm probably not going to end up with any.
Same.
But listening to them talk about it and what they're doing with it and how they're enjoying the beasts and what they do and don't like, I'm enjoying just being a witness to that.
Oh yeah, I had lots of once people were getting Wild King, I was poking lots of people going like, hey, so do you just throw the arms away or what? Do they go somewhere? And that's when I learned from someone who had one in hand, like, because I just didn't look at coverage that much other than pictures. They're like, no, they store inside the legs. And I was like, oh, that's actually really cool. That's really cool, because that was my biggest thing about the Wild Duck King part of Wild King was like, it looks like you're just throwing their forearms away when you start doing everything, but you don't. So yeah, Wild King, I'd love to pick some up somewhere down the road even, but like, yeah, right now it's a really easy
If I see one or two at TFCon next year, sure, I'll grab one. Why not?
Yeah,
be nice to have a sample.
Well, and the longer
another good way to fight FOMO. Consider just getting a sample.
Yeah.
Try one.
Oh, and that links up with the previous point of like, also consider like the idea of collections not being the objective word collection, right? I'm a big fan of reducing objectivity in general in hobby spaces, just because I think it doesn't really serve much purpose most of the time. And by that I mean just like, the idea like this is the objectively best Optimus Prime or something like that, right? Which is, I should probably pick a different character, because that's actually like that's like a can of worms with a black hole in it if I say that phrase, right? Because that doesn't exist anymore. There is no objectively best Optimus Prime anymore. There's too many. But yeah, like subjectivity is like so important, I think, to your own happiness in a hobby space. And so like just being able to just enjoy this stuff at a distance, being able to just pick out a thing that you think looks cool and not attach. Like, that's a conversation I have all the time in comment sections or on socials or wherever, of just like, someone will say, oh, that figure's really cool, but if I pick it up, I don't want to, because I'm afraid I'll want to pick up the whole line. And I get it. Like, obviously, it's not like, oh, you have not achieved one with Buddha yet, then. But like, it's such a common refrain that I feel like, what a great thing to try to train out of ourselves, right? Like this feeling of like, I picked up this one cool G.I. Joe classified figure. Guess I gotta buy all of them. Ronnie Lane, great example. I picked up one cool Ninja Turtles figure. Guess I gotta buy at least 3 more, or something like that. What if you just bought a Donatello that was neat, and were like, I don't want the other 3?
You picked the best turtle.
I mean, there's that too, yeah. But yeah,
I think it's, like 20 years ago, I want to say, somewhere around 20 years ago, back in the Unicron Trilogy era, I remember Aaron Archer at one of the BotCons, at one of the panels, and I don't remember what brought it up, and he was just like, no, we don't expect you to buy all of this stuff.
Yeah.
We don't expect you to buy all of this stuff. You don't have to buy all of it.
Yeah.
Just take the 1 or 3 you want.
And I will always hold the candle to the foot of culture with some of that stuff, because a lot of collector culture, especially throughout the excess of the late aughts, early 2010s, was all about getting all of it, or watching someone getting all of it who is then telling you how great it is to get all of it, right? And I think that we are, like, even though there are people who are joining communities now, like, much later after the fact, we are still trying to unstick ourselves from all that excess coming in tandem with the influencer rise, kind of like, and to me the corporately dictated, but subtly, so you don't know they're doing it, directives of how to be a fan of something, right? In our own space, I would say that, and this is a few years back now, but you could see Hasbro trying to do that when they did the original versions of, like, PulseCon or HasCon or whatever. And whenever you hear them refer to the hypothetical entity called the Hasbro fan, right? That is an attempt to try to direct you to feel that because you like one Hasbro toy line, you're actually a Hasbro fan. You should mess with all this stuff. And it's ridiculous, because, like, that just doesn't... You think about it for 2 seconds, that doesn't make any sense. If you like Transformers, why would you care about G.I. Joe, right? Especially now, when those two brands are not kind of connected by a big, visible, if lengthy chain, right? Now they're just a collab partner every now and then.
Ironically, I had more Joe as a kid than Transformers. They were cheap.
And yeah, there was, what was it? In the 2000s, that anniversary 3/4 inch line, when that line got really long in the tooth, you could troop build some sick toys out of that line. Like, do you remember this was a few years later when they got into smaller bubble cards, but, like, there was this nameless Cobra operative who had, like, a giant pair of metal wings, because they were just some kind of, like, flight sniper viper or something. Or the ghillie suit guy, where it was like a nameless character, so they were just this big elaborate Metal Gear Solid villain, but the one you'd fight like 5 of, so you're like, I can buy 5 of these, that makes sense. Yeah.
Connor McClure, tangentially, I remember being in awe of Terracon army builders as a young lad browsing the web. Yeah, I was one of them. Keep talking. I'm going to go look up a picture. I'm going to go look up, see if I have a stupid picture here.
I was never a Terrorcon army builder. However, as those who listen to the podcast will recall, me and Aaron were both Viacon army builders. And this was bolstered by the $5 Prid Viacon era, right? The little upside of that is the two deluxe Viacons are good ass toys, so I don't mind that I have so many of them. But that's an artifact of an older era that I don't think actually is ever going to come back. The ability to just go buy
Viacon, right?
The Prime one, yeah. The car.
Oh yeah, I still have like at least a dozen of that Viacon.
Yeah, like that's a good troop buildable toy, especially when you can find the Aldi's ones for $5. It's like, sure,
yeah,
hell yeah. And that's the reason why I say it might come back. Whatever, I can't see the future, but I would say, like, that's the kind of thing to definitely put on a shelf as like an artifact of a bygone era. That's on a wider cultural and perhaps even socio-political level. The idea of excess like that is probably behind us for a little while. That's why I would say, like, troop building in general is a little bit difficult. Like, troop building a deluxe Transformer in 2025 is like, that's probably got to be your only toy line that you're even interested in to even.
Yeah, I one of the things that I am still all in on is Quintesson stuff. I think I have maybe 2 or 3 Alicons, and that's it. Anything else is just nope, too expensive. I've got enough to have a squad. That's fine.
Yeah, I think I just want one more Alicon, so I have 2 of the Earthspark one. But even then, it's like I do technically have several Alicons now. I just like 2 of the Earthspark one because I like the Earthspark one. Yeah, but yeah, then
Earthrise or Earthspark.
Earthrise, yeah.
I do that all the dang time.
That's on Transformers for using half of words all the time. Like, sorry, GD Salam saying Diaclone collectors be like, I have 20 Versalters and only one. Yeah, that was actually big powered. I actually have mine here because I've been messing with them more to try to write a script. This is now a very expensive toy. whose hip springs, he's slightly redacted. His hip springs out this way on this version and the other one that came out in this era, the green one. You probably want to replace those hip springs because it turns out over the years those hip springs can grind through the ratchet system, and every subsequent big power, the other two they did, have different springs and different internal parts on their hips, is how people identified this, right? Along with all the, these ones who just have friction hips now. Mine have, like, looser springs, so they hold position, but not perfectly. Anyway, there was a discussion on the Diaclone thread on TFW about this guy, where someone years ago was like, well, I don't see a problem. I have, like, 20 big powers, and only one of mine had any problems with the hips. And someone kind of pointed out, like, okay, so you have 20 copies, right? And you have one where the hips ran down. Did you play with all 20 copies as much as the one where the hips ran down? Do you play with all 20 of your big powers every single day? Because I bet 19 of those are basically mint in box except for when you open them once. And it was a really funny thing to read.
Yeah, that's something that's in most of my eBay listings. Yeah, this toy has been transformed maybe 3 times.
Yeah. I've done that with...
Oh yeah, they're talking in the chat about the, even the designated Army Builder 4-packs are too expensive. Like,
It's a 4-pack! That's
I mean, it was a good deal. It is technically a good deal per figure, but it's still... Yeah.
Like the secret I would call, like... I wouldn't go so far as to call it the failure, but, like, the secret message of the 4-pack that is not always obvious is that it's a 4-pack. And you might only want to army build one thing in it, and then that's where you start getting into, like, do you have... I mean, easiest one with the Army Builder 4-pack, right? Do you have a friend who actually wants that Seeker a bunch of times? And that I think is...
You know somebody who might want one Auto Trooper, like, say you, for example.
Yeah, I mean, the auto... If one were to amortize that 4-pack, like, the Auto Trooper is, like, that's the one that you can definitely move to somebody. But as you move down those other 3, it's kind of... Especially the Seeker. No disrespect, except I do mean some disrespect to the Seeker. It just looks like Thundercracker. So, like, nobody needs a billion Thundercrackers who actually aren't him.
Yeah.
And so that 4-pack, it has a little ball and chain hanging off of its ankle.
Yeah, getting 4 guys dedicated to 4 individual armies. Yeah, that didn't help.
Yeah. And hey, they've got a Troop Builder 2-pack coming out now with Devastation stuff. And they're not
I intend to get that. I intend to get that.
And they're not from 2 different armies, at least, so...
I'm going to get 1 pack and leave it at that.
Yeah. I think they have really cool... I was going to say I think they have really cool swords, and then someone told me those swords were from something else. I just couldn't remember. But they got a big, goofy sword. I'm not chomping at the bit for... The me who would have chomped at that Devastation 2-pack is a lot more asleep now, but if I see it in person, right, like, who knows what'll happen. But that's also... just to turn this into even more relevant messaging and topical stuff, that's also an attitude I've developed over time, is especially when we get, like, inundated with reveals, which, thankfully, it's not just once a year. Like, I know people tend to come down a little bit on the more uneventful reveal streams. I don't mind the trickle that much myself, because, like, back in especially, like, the 2010s, when it's Toy Fair weekend and we're going to show you 1 to 1.5 years of toys all at once, thinking about all of it was overwhelming to me.
Every BotCon was like that. It was just like, there's too much to focus on.
Yeah, and especially back then when I was still trying to think about, like, how will I budget for all the... I would just go insane. Because it's like... They're showing me 1.5 years of figures, and sometimes you'd see people say, like, damn, how am I going to afford all that? And you kind of want to go, like, well, they're not... Unless something strange happens, they're not going to release all of it on one day. So, like, you kind of just... play it by ear, but now I'm a lot more relaxed in general, in the sense of, like, I will see something and think it looks cool, and I'll still go, like, yeah, I'll just see if I catch it when it comes out. Kind of make that...
You don't need to pre-order it now.
Yeah.
Probably.
And I will say, I don't mean, like, hunting it in person, because I know that simply doesn't work for people based on their region, and not... Like, randomly also, based on... Not in a way you can plan for, just randomly. Your region might just not get part of a Transformers distro for some random amount of time. Who knows? So I totally understand, like, pre-ordering online for the sake of actually getting the thing, but that just gets into it's part of one of the older panels I did where it's like, are you pre-ordering out of obligation versus enjoyment? And if you feel like if pre-ordering isn't fun for you, or it isn't outweighed by the fun of what you get at the end when you get the thing, that's when it is something to consider. Maybe, you know, just ditching the idea here and there. I still pre-order a thing once or twice, but like, I don't do full waves anymore. And I used to for a while because it was doable.
A little possible exercise. Just a suggestion.
Mhm.
There's probably not going to be a need to pre-order the first wave of any new line. Almost certainly, you're going to find it at retail, and it's going to be around for a while.
Yeah, I've always tried to
that'll
maintain
be a good way to
that.
kind of wean yourself off the idea of, do I need to pre-order it now?
Yeah, yeah, because
Even just casually going when I get groceries, you know, so, oh yeah, okay, I've seen Solus Prime more than 5 times at this point. All right, sure, fine.
yeah. Even though distro, like this year specifically, distro is different as a feature, as an announced thing last year, but different in the sense that stuff is supposed to be around more, you know, so different, I guess, in a positive. Regardless of what happens, it feels like the science has always held that, like, outside of every now and then an exception, wave 1 of a Transformers line is the one you will be finding later in the same year. So outside of FOMO and Zeitgeist, it is the least imperative one to try to, like, secure right away.
It's the one that you're going to see bits of it in later waves, almost certainly as well.
Oh yeah, like, you know, not even package refreshes. That I just have that term bolted in my brain now. But, you know, yeah. They put a figure from an earlier wave.
There's going to be carryovers to wave 2, you know.
Yeah.
Quite probably.
But yeah, this is like, again, I'm mostly speaking about, like, the feeling of, like, I gotta pre-order it or I'll never, because you will always be able to find it eventually somehow. But also, pre-ordering and buying online is a necessity nowadays for folks who do want to engage in their hobby, because, you know, I have never seen an A-level deluxe on a shelf ever, anywhere in Canada.
Which is impressive, because I see them all over the place.
I think the distro on them happened differently. I don't know what happened, but something different happened. And then Eve Tronia mentioning, like, in my area we get Voyagers but never Deluxes. And yeah, like, some areas just have a weird distro thing happening, and it's out of your control. It's, in some cases, I think, out of Hasbro's control, because it comes down to whatever the retailer is ordering. And then whatever the regional
Walmart's
manager
doing this year is going. I'm going to be very interested to see how that Cybertron and whatever it is that they're doing
the
is
capsule.
going to go.
Yeah,
Capsule. Thank you. I blanked on the name.
Yeah.
I'm going to be very interested to see how that does. I'm probably not going to get anything from it, but I just want to see, how is that actually going to distribute? Mm-hmm. Am I only going to find it in the one Walmart that's like a 45-minute drive away, that I only really hit because it's on the way to one of the Lego stores I like to go to?
Yeah. Well, Bowler's actually mentioning something, and I've seen this recently, is that the kid lines sometimes are harder to get, because a lot of online retailers don't always carry them. And, like, right now, there is an Earthspark Deluxe wave of Soundwave and Hashtag and some other package refresh. Yeah, and both of them.
Talking about FOMO, and I'm sitting here going, God, I need that hashtag. I need that hashtag.
I don't know where they're going to show up in Canada at all, because all I know is I've got American friends and pals who are, like, doing day trips visiting billions of Targets trying to find them. And I'm like, that's so interesting. We don't have that up here, so I don't know who's getting... And the worst part is, in Canada, I get the fun of, like, I wonder if it just ends up only being a Toys R Us, where it will be a funny, conversionless version of the funny tariff prices off GameStop, except we've had that for years with our Toys R Us's. Yeah, it's still, like, can be anxiety-inducing, and that is part of why a lot of these practices are also, in part, trying to just reduce anxiety I have around my hobby, and it comes with the notion of, like, not having solutions for achieving what I want, but instead just, like, finding ways to be cool with not achieving everything I want in a hobby space. Because also, no one will reward you for achieving it. It's just like, now you got everything. And that's still cool, but there's no imperative, you know, your job isn't on the line. Even if you're a YouTube creator, your job isn't on the line. Okay, let me tell you, from the it's cool to get some toys when they're new, but a lot of audience retention, in my personal experience at least, still exists, like, months, if not a year after a toy came out. And because that's just how it goes.
And some people, let's face it, some people have made it, quite far going, just talking about, here's this thing from 10 years ago.
Yeah.
That's the entirety of my channel right there.
Yeah, this is a very niche thing, but, like, I'll throw it out there in case anyone needs to hear it. Like, if you have convinced yourself you need to do this chase and get everything ASAP so you can comment on it on your platform, because that's imperative, it's not. No one will... The people who would hold your feet to the fire for that are bad audience members that you don't need. And you will be better off without them. And I have never, as far as I can recall, I've never had a nameable audience reviewer or anyone who was like that. It's just, in my experience, I think that it's easy to make up the idea that you have to. But
it's the same person who, like, tells the webcomic artist or the commissioner, why don't you draw more of this? Why don't you draw more of this? Why don't you draw more of this? Are you paying me? No.
Yeah.
Well then.
And some folks will just get new stuff because they can afford it and find it, and they'll, even if they're a YouTube creator, they'll put it up, and it's fine. I just don't think it's imperative in this little niche creator space. And then if you aren't doing the niche creator space thing, it's triple not imperative, other than, and this is I don't know how to put this in, like, succinct words, but, like, there is also the feeling of, like, but I would really like to get it when it's new because that's when I'm most excited about it, which I totally can respect, and I feel that myself constantly. And that really is just, like, a thing to try to unlearn as much as possible, because it hurts you more than it helps you, in my experience. It's
I think a good word to consider is appreciation. How much will you appreciate having the thing? Not getting the thing, having it. How much is just, this is just fun to fiddle with. This just looks really nice. I enjoy looking at this thing. It makes a nice display piece. There's a fun story behind it. Some toys I have just because there's a story behind them.
Yeah.
I've got basically the entirety of the Neja, the Chinese market only, all 4 of those toys. And it's like, they're not particularly fun. I'm not terribly wild about the designs, but there is a hell of a story behind it. And so I'm very happy with them.
Yeah, I
appreciate them.
I was talking to Toy Guy about those, I think, at LA, because he mentioned them. I was like, oh, I forgot. Did those actually come out? He's like, yeah, I got some of them. I'm like, oh, are they cool? They look neat. He's like, no.
Yeah.
the fact they exist is, like, the interesting part.
They're somewhat above Cyberverse quality, which, I'll let y'all take your...
Yeah, I mean, that is both succinct and slightly vague, but also I kind of get what you mean.
Slightly damning.
Yeah, it's when like that whole, like, the warrior class into whatever that version of Deluxe is now is kind of just a descriptor. It's like, you think it's gonna be worse because of all the stuff that's on the shelf around it, and then you're like, dang, it has an ankle tilt.
Better than feared, worse than hoped. How's that? I'll say that for the Neja toys.
Yeah,
better than I thought they would. Then I worried they would be worse than I would have really liked them to be.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Did the show ever actually get released? We don't know.
So that's what I'm saying.
It popped up again.
Like, I think
the show did come out.
Yeah, I think it came out. It's just it's.
I remember seeing a teaser for it, and then it kind of disappeared. But it is hard as hell to get information out of there.
Yeah, I think it came out, but it was for a targeted, region. And then you're just kind of hoping, like, well, I hope they uploaded to YouTube as well. Yeah, supposedly it aired in China, and, like, it used Cyberverse assets, but I don't even remember who animated it. Like, if that was, I always forget their name now. The people who animated Cyberverse.
Oh no, it definitely wasn't, because apparently they found some of the animators. I don't remember what the site was. It was like their version of Instagram or whatever.
Oh,
and they found a couple of them were saying, like, yeah, we don't know where the show is going. We've been sitting here waiting for a year or two to figure out where in the hell are we making more episodes? What's going on?
I mean, my assumption.
We literally don't know.
My assumption would be that it was 10 minutes
Weibo?
tops.
Yeah, Weibo,
Weibo or Billy or something.
I think it was Weibo.
Okay. Yeah, but hey, also, what a great example. If you do want to, like, chase, like, a funny niche little thing, you could chase the Nezha figures, because they're out there. You know, they're, as far as I know, they're not
Just
incredibly
be sure
hard
to
to find.
unsubscribe from the Temu figure. Just be sure to unsubscribe from the Temu emails afterwards.
Yeah. But yeah, I forgot how we got on that tangent. It was yeah, like just being okay with looking at stuff, saying it's cool, and that I'll try to catch it when it comes out, because then I find it just lessens my tension. Like, surely there is absolutely tension when it does come out, and you don't have a pre-order locked in, and you're like, oh, I hope I can find it. But like, kind of finding contentment with like saying, I hope I can find it, is also like a valuable thing to be able to learn if you can in a hobby space. And this is, we're still talking about Transformers toys, but a lot of this applies to a lot of hobbies. Easy example of a tangent hobby: Games Workshop. Not even the wargaming hobby, just Games Workshop. A lot of their stuff is in a perpetual catalog. A lot of their stuff that is presented as critical to your gameplay experience also tends to be like, and you better get it within these 3 months. And it's like, that's eventually becomes a ridiculous thing to try to follow. Magic the Gathering. If you actually want to stay up to date with that game, I hope you don't have other hobbies, because they put out more product for that game than for Transformers, is what I will say. If you were a person who had to get the new thing when it comes out, and you were also into Magic the Gathering, best of luck to you. You know, like, maybe we'll see you on the other side of the white boats or whatever it is from Lord of the Rings. Griff mentioning, like, Korean robots, they're actually one of my favorite things to follow that I don't have lots of. Because, in my experience, mostly just spectating them, they seem to be around forever. Not forever, literally, but in the current, like, realm of, like, toy collecting, a Korean robot... Yeah, a Korean robot has a fairly long lifespan of availability. More so if you're willing to pay like an extra $20 or $30 to have it shipped to you, but like, especially with the advent of a lot of that stuff having an official Chinese run that is on par quality wise, and then being available on AliExpress, especially with no, I'm not talking about the Afrikaans. that's for Grok to handle, Lee. Yeah, but also with you know, who knows how it's going to work out now. But once upon a time, Agabus saying, like, we intend to distribute cardbots in America, which seemed like a very pre-tariffs conversation to be having. Still, the opportunity exists. It sounds like the cogs were turning for that. So right now, Korean robots, I think, are, if you're okay with not having like a go kind of like media circus to follow alongside them, Korean transforming robots are a really rewarding thing to look into. So many people in the Discord have been getting blast trained. A lot of people have been back collecting Cardbot Season 2 stuff off of AliExpress, and Season 1 stuff, but Season 2 is just right now, that's where the real, like, that's where they had, like, a big jump as far as, like, just, not like physical quality so much as just overall quality. The engineering's more clever, designs are more intense, etc. It seems like their budget was bigger. But, like, a lot of people are really getting into that stuff. Blast Trains and Sky Gallop, I wish I had those coming right now. I just can't fit that in easily. But, like, I'm not worried, because I think they're going to be around for a while. I think it will not be hard to get at them for a while. And also, Cardbot's getting a Season 3. I think Cardbot is going to be a real safe bet for a long time, because if they follow the Season 2 pattern, the prior season robots either are there at the beginning of the new season and or appear all en masse at the end of the new season, while being available in other territories. I just feel like they have built a system where they can have a lot of perpetual toy presence going on. And it also helps Godbrave Studio is working on it. That's like the cheap line for Godbrave Studio. Anyway, it's a whole conversation that, like, a lot of people are getting really into right now. I think in part because Transformers are also having the opposite existence in this year, with maybe everything's going to be more expensive and harder to get, and then we've got this other line where it's like this other line is maybe easier to get and has more bang for your buck, etc., etc. It's also a new thing, and that's also, to just tangent that into another bullet point, that's another way to also kind of throw yourself a life raft. Like if you are, you know, a hardcore Transformers collector and you're finding just the word Transformers is making you get stressed out because of the way you were engaged with it and you're having trouble extricating yourself, maybe just like take a vacation and like stay in the hobby of like robots and toys and whatnot that you like, and just like take a little like cruise ship trip over to an adjacent island like Korean robots. That's a great adjacent island. Because a lot of folks
I've been doing. Go ahead.
I was gonna say
Finish it there.
a lot of folks, especially with the cardbot push that happened in the last year, and people actually getting them. A lot of Transformers folks have been enjoying seeing them realize what else exists. And, like, these are not replacements for Transformers 1-to-1, but they hit a lot of similar marks, and they also go on the other fork in the road in a lot of places. And so there's exploration to have. Anyway, continue.
Yeah. It doesn't hurt to have a second thing. And something that you don't have to put a lot of what's been hitting my dopamine rush lately has been I've been hitting like bricks and minifigures, the secondhand Lego chain, and just digging through their bulk bins for bits. And I'll spend like $12 for a little cup of parts. And that's been fantastic for me. That's kind of taken care of that dopamine rush for me. It's let me assemble, haha. I've got this big collection of Lego chunks that I'm going to do stuff with. It'll let me build. But it also means I'm not sitting there thinking, I need a Transformer. I need to get a Transformer because I need to obtain something. I need to transform. No, I don't need to spend $30, $25 on a Transformer. I can spend an hour or two digging through a bin. Some little comparatively inexpensive hobby can't wait. Check out Ross stores. I know Trent has gotten very into the Zuru like egg smash toys. They're inexpensive, but they're fun. They're loaded with bits. He's enjoying those a lot. Like, just a secondary thing that you don't have to heavily focus on, that you can just kind of indulge on a whim. Doesn't cost you much. Incredibly helpful.
Actually, Ronnie Lane, because I've been witnessing some of this in the Discord, if I'm remembering right, at least if I'm not getting my wires crossed, but saying my cheap rush lately has been Power of the Force to Revenge of the Sith era Star Wars toys, because you can get you can get stuff, even vehicles, somewhat cheaply, and hell yeah, also the Attack of the Clones line. I never owned much of any of it actually. That line I always found fascinating for its use of unspoken magnets. Like, if I remember right, that's the line Attack of the Clones, when they really, like, loaded magnets into figures and then just didn't say anything. Like, there'd be nothing on the package, but then you'd have a Jango Fett, and his head in one of his hands is attached with a magnet, and you'd sit there and you go like, oh, I see. Yeah,
no, I remember, there was a Mace Windu with the magnet in his hand so he could force grab his metal lightsaber.
Yeah, there's really cool stuff in there. Like, I think Attack of the Clones was, if I remember right, that had the most of that kind of stuff. But, well, the other part, Adam, the other best part is it's so dark, but also, like, sometimes I remember when these lines were new, like, there was, I forgot her name now, but the lady bounty hunter whose face turned into a reptile before she died or whatever. She had an unspoken magnet in one of her hands, and her toy was in Wave 1, so it came out before the movie came out. And Zam Wessel, yeah. And so you get the Zam Wessel figure, and you're like, hey, wait, why'd her hand come... Oh. You just sadly put the hand back on. You're like, I bet that she doesn't make it. Anyone with a magnet in them I remember it was like this little era where you'd look for magnets on characters to go like, do they survive, or did they have secret dismemberment features on the toys? Oh, she was a preview figure. Oh god, I remember that was.
Oh dear,
that was the whole thing. The Jango Fett was the darkest one because the head and arm on a magnet were just like, okay, I guess yes, screw Jango Fett, I guess, sure. Or the Revenge of the Sith exploding into flames, Grievous. The secret spoiler features were so funny on Star Wars toys. I mean, they had that on
Public Senator.
They had that. I remember the other famous like spoiler feature. movie that has aged poorly even before the author was a giant piece of garbage. But like the original Harry Potter first movie, whatever it was called, The Children at School, they had the one character whose toy had another face in the back of his head, and like apparently that was a whole thing. They're like, that wasn't supposed to ship yet, because that gives away the whole thing that the dude has a face on the back of his head, and it's like, you know, or the blank from the Dick Tracy line. Like toy spoilers are very funny to me, because it's what a weird thing to try to navigate. Mask of the Phantasm, packaged without the mask on, if I remember right. The mask is sitting next to the character, so you're just like, well,
you could have gotten away with it then. The internet was not so huge a thing then.
The only time I think that played out in a way that was like the reverse, and so it's kind of the peak, was the Dr. Claw toy, because it's like, well, this isn't a spoiler, you just made this up. Lego toy spoilers are the archonic duo nowadays. I remember years back, I had an MCU Lego set that was like just some ridiculous nonsense, because like it had figures from a scene, but they were like, we can't spoil the scene, so we're just gonna have Tony Stark driving a weird truck or something. But yeah, I forgot how we got on that tangent.
We were talking about side things to kind of solve your Transformers FOMO.
Yeah,
cheap is good. Check out Ross. Check out Dollar Trees. Why not? Even, you know?
Yeah, and widen your horizons as much as you're comfortable doing, because like even outside of figures, like if something just sparks interest in you and there's an inexpensive way to interact with it, that's a big if, obviously. Give it a shot. Do the experimental, poke at it. Like board games were a big thing for me, in the last 5 years for various reasons. I've had to actually, that's a whole other part of this conversation that I've had to take major interest in, which is stop buying board games all the time. Because they very suddenly go from, they're all the same size box, this is easy to keep track of, to, they're all the same size box and I have like 50 of them. That's a problem, because you can't be a loose board games collector without a lot of creativity.
Adam brings up a Final Faction I've actually bought a lot of the Final Faction, for Trent, because he's only got so many Dollar Trees down there. And that would be something I would be very into if I wasn't very consciously trying to keep track of what I do and don't buy.
Mm-hmm.
And if you like robots, there are robots, and they do have plug-in weapon packs and all that. So for $1.25, you can do a hell of a lot worse.
Also, yeah, shouts out Bob. We got the shout out to the Bob action figure. That's a classic. And Oma Ender saying, my side thing became my main thing. I ended up selling all my Transformers. That happens. That's not the first time I have heard someone say it, and that's not always a bad thing. Like, this is getting a little philosophical, but like, life right now I think is lived easiest and best for yourself as liquid as possible, but also like life in general, that's how life is. Like, you kind of keep moving, you keep growing and changing, and I think that they're like, I always try to tell people, and this is just because I'm a softie, I'm like, you don't have to like just exit a hobby if it's no longer fully tenable to the old way you interacted with it, etc. But also sometimes when you stretch your legs and like look at new stuff, it might also tell you like, hey, maybe it's time for me to just move on from this, this line, this IP that I was following, because I'm feeling more from this other one. That kind of happened to me with like Lego, because I found that like Lego, I think Lego is amazing, but I also discovered I don't really like owning Lego as much as I do seeing Lego. Like Lego, I think is
entirely fair.
Yeah, it's fascinating, it's amazing, but then I found owning Lego kits grew more stressful for me, because I was like, I kind of just, I hate the fact that when I build a Lego set, it's still here. Because I liked building it, but like I want it to, I don't know how else to put it, I want it to evaporate afterwards back into its parts, and then like exist in like a storage dimension.
So you're surrounded by my Lego.
Yeah. I mean, I got a friend very nearby who has like a just a couple, not tons of them, but several modulars, in a row on a shelf. And I was like, I don't even know how to keep myself on a lid just to like have that. Like it's bonkers. And Long was here mentioning Bionicles. Thankfully, I always say this partly as a joke, but it's also true. I missed Bionicles. So I love hearing about Bionicles. I think Bionicles is fascinating on many different levels. I know about lime green ball socket joints, for instance, and I love how passionate people are for it. I have no intent to ever become a Bionicle collector. It just doesn't feel like something that would light my fire at all. But I still love hearing about it, and it's kind of where I got one of the things that gave me the idea about like enjoying other people's experiences is like Bionicle super fans that I know who are also into Transformers. I love when I make them touch, and like I'm in a scenario where like Bionicles will come up and I can just like step back because like 3 people in a room go like, "Oh, you like Bionicles too?" And they go and they ball socket joint together and just start having a Bionicle fan moment, and I can just like watch it and go like, I even recognize some of these words now. But yeah, in general, I love it when I make them touch.
Okay, I'm going to throw you a picture in the Discord here real quickly, just to show you. I'm going to show you some obsession here on my end.
I can. Do you want me to put this on screen?
Yeah.
I can pop this in here. Let's go to browser feature. Boom! There we go. So you can zoom in a bit too.
Yeah, so that's kind of where my hobby's going now.
Hey, it's valid. Well, I mean, this is definitely similar to the number of deluxe Viacons I have. Mm-hmm. Did you ever get into troop building the Legion one?
No, never did. I got the Legion stuff very sparingly.
Yeah, I troop build the Legion too, both of them, the flying one and the other, because I'm like, those are the junior Viacons. I have to. The worst part is, because they predate when I moved to this apartment, and this is where there's a version of this conversation that should go differently, but for me, I thought about it and it stays the way it is now. Most all of my Viacons are still in a closet, or not a closet, but in a cupboard thing that I have trouble opening due to a stack of boxes in front of it. So I've not actually seen my Viacons in years. They are just, I know they are behind me, but I thought about it every year.
All of those are sitting in a Tupperware.
Yeah, I thought about it many.
Well, the city isn't, but the Viacons are.
Oh, that city was in Tupperware. Throw it at a wall over top of an open Tupperware thing. But I thought about it, and I'm like, I'm actually very content knowing that they're all there, because when I eventually make my living space more of a home again, I know that one of the rewards will be I can open my cupboard and look at all my Viacons. That's.
I think a good way to kind of look at that, figure out what you want to focus on. Figure out something that's a fuzzy focus, I think is a good way to put it.
Oh, yeah.
Figure out a range. What really appeals to you? What is it that appeals to you? And you can veer a little to the sides. Just kind of figure out what works, just that isn't just, oh my god, I've got a new thing. Hooray!
Yeah. I'll just go back up here because at least one person said they love that billboard face, and I have to agree.
Yeah, the original was creepy. I had to change it.
But yeah, like finding a thing that you really love and just focusing in on it a bit, and by that I mean something very niche. I think is just a great way to also find a reset of sorts. And obviously, with the sheer raw uncertainty that the tariffs alone have brought to hobby spaces this year, I think that this is a very valuable time to have some of those introspections. Even if you've already had them, renew them a little bit. I mean, if you're super happy with where you're at, despite all that stuff going on, do them anyway, just as a fun exercise, right? Like, why not? But especially if you're like, oh, can I put the camera over the? Oh, jeez, hang on. Hang on.
You have to make that face exactly.
I can't rotate this. I apologize, but where is he? He's facing this way. How close was I? How close was I?
Pretty good. Pretty good.
But yeah, you can. Hey everyone, down here in Legoville, we try to keep it simple. We try to keep it happy. We try to make ourselves feel Oh wait, Luxabil Jaeger. How do you know your Viacons have gone all Indian in the? Maybe they are doing the in the cupboard thing, and they have a whole society going on back there with my animated toys and like some of the 2010 toys that I brought to Toronto. Maybe they're just having a good time in there. I don't want to interrupt it. Don't worry. No, the Viacons, they're all cool. They're all cool. We're all good. Nobody shoots at the billboard, right? They don't shoot at the billboard. They leave the billboard alone. So we're all.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cat, that was unintentional, but as soon as I realized it, I decided, nope, gotta keep it that way. I have way too many friends that I don't have enough friends who are like that.
Yeah, and I was that was a tangent point. That's one of the things I'm very fortunate to have in life is a lot of friends from a lot of different walks of life, because it makes me so intolerant to intolerance, because generally now when I see it, it's just like, hey, don't pick on my friggin' friends or I'll smack you over the head with this brick. I don't know. But yeah, that's me in Lego City. Look forward to that modular set. You know, we penned the deal last night, and look forward to that in 2026 with it's going to be expensive because they're going to have to pay me to live stream on each of those billboards, but we're going to make it work. We're springing. A woman has changed her pronouns in Lego City. Just in general, like this topic is important to me, and seeing the way that people were having just to the GameStop price listings, these just raw dog, full on at times Twitter pressure cooked brain reactions to it. I think it's a great time to consider a lot of the introspection, if at least. Because if you're doing it, it might tell someone else, hey, maybe I can do that too.
It does also kind of help. You don't need to see the Hasbro Pulse live stream as it happens.
Oh,
granted, yeah. I rarely do because they're usually on when I'm at work.
Mm-hmm.
But still, point is, you don't need to see it as it happens. You don't need to ingest it right away.
Yeah.
Give yourself some time.
And don't read the chat. Even if you think it's going to be funny because you're above it all. No, you're not. Trust me. I've tried to do that. The Hasbro Pulse chat sucks.
No, even if it was slow enough, I don't think there'd be anything worth it in there.
I don't remember where
This is the only chat that matters.
Was I down here or up here or somewhere in between? And why did the cipher tag turn off? Hang on. There we go. I gotta keep that on here. Sorry, I saw some good stuff in here. Fuzzy Bloody Man, don't know if it counts. I've been picking up older stuff secondhand I originally skipped out on, like the Unicron Trilogy 07 movie. No, that's a great place to go. And even if because we just don't know what MSRPs are going to react like as this strange year continues. A lot of people have said, rightfully, that what a great year to start purchasing secondhand from your fellow collectors. And hey, what a great way to add to that secondhand economy than trimming your collection, because it's a great year for people to buy your stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna move this so it's less cluttered.
That's been buying my groceries for a while.
But yeah, I think it's a good year.
I heartily encourage going back and looking at old lines and picking up stuff that might be cheap, because God damn, Armada was great value for money.
Oh, I've been seeing
as far as
a lot of
people
go, Yeah, I've seen a lot of people like remarking on that as they've been like getting a hold of more Armada stuff lately, going like, "Dang, like this is a little playset of a guy that I bought." Also, yeah, for springing. Where was it? You just said me. I've said that. Yeah, you're one of the ones I saw saying that. You over there. But yeah, I think it's a great time to trim and put stuff up, because there are going to be people who might be like, "Hey, I can't find anything." And I would like to find anything to get my little dopamine hit. Also, yeah, Lee Calba has stuff for sale, because those help pill the bills. Pill the bays. Pill the bays. Yeah, I was trying to figure out, what did I just mix up? Pay the bills. Rosetta Foster, I declined getting a Henkei Megatron last TFCon. I'm hoping to try again TFCon this year. But if I don't find it, I don't find it. No need to stress. Yeah. And that is the best kind of like convention quest to have, because then when it happens, it's really cool. And when it doesn't happen, you might just turn and see something else. That's like, what was it? This TFCon LA, I didn't buy any of it, but I was ogling that wall of Ziploc bags full of Machine Robo Mugenbein and
Oh yeah.
the Takara Tomy line.
The adventure version of Robots in Disguise 15.
No, it was
They had a bunch of those.
Drive Head. They had a bunch of Drive Head stuff, which are these like Tomica cars that like slot into a transformer body, basically.
Oh yeah.
I
got that one Machine Robo set. It was the evil version of the nurse ambulances that combine into a big robot. It was like $30 or something. I don't remember. It wasn't much at all.
Yeah, I should say they had Rescue and Mugenbein, just bags of it. If you were ever someone who was like, if I ever see most all of the alphabetical Mugenbein machine robos, I will buy them all. Well, guess what? They had like almost all of them for like $30 a pop in Ziploc bags. I was real lucky, because me, 15 years ago, would have blown my entire budget I didn't have on all of those. But they had a pile of them there. A local toy show it's the TFCon folks. They do one-day toy shows out here. One of those, somebody was just offloading their Korean robots and their beast boxes. I could only afford the beast boxes. I bought like sticks of beast boxes. Or no, that was TFCon. That wasn't one of the local shows. It was TFCon last year in Toronto. Someone just brought out, because the beast box storage boxes can all lock together, so they just brought out this like 6x6 wall of interlocked beast box storage display things and put it down on the table and got swarmed. And I was part of that swarm. Because I went there going like, the owl! And then the person who got there first turned to me and went like, I'm so sorry, but I'm buying all the owls. And I was like, that's fair. There's enough beast boxes here where I'm going to see more than I want. But also, damn it, leave me one of those owls. Yeah, and by the way, beast box, if you haven't messed with it and you like Transformers, they aren't cheap, but they're, you have to interact with the Bezos site. They're on Amazon, and on Amazon, they sometimes go the hell on sale randomly. So that's one thing you can look at. Or secondhand beast boxes. They can be had for decent prices if you can find them.
And that to me has always struck me as a line where you can very comfortably buy one or two and get a good feel for the line and what you like about it. And then you don't really need to... Because... Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the same gimmick, I've got, like, one of the new, of the He-Man, the vintage one, the vintage-looking ones that are all super-jointed. I bought a Leech for $10 on clearance at Walmart. That's all I need for that, but I'm enjoying it a load.
Oh, Origins used to be the line that I recommended because there were so many of them for $10 everywhere. Mattel just got too smart. And, they aren't wrong for doing this, because everyone loved it. Yeah. And now you can't find them for $10 anymore. And, fair.
Sometimes if you hit a Ross or a place like that, if you have Ross in your country, you get some of those closeout chains, sometimes you can find them. Mm-hmm. It's worth picking up one and just kind of letting that be your dopamine hit, play with that, have fun.
Oh, yeah. Motu Origins, I mean, that base body is going to probably be around until Mattel shutters, if they ever shutter. Like,
Oh, yeah.
Whoever the smartest person at Mattel is the person who realized we can just make everything on these two base bodies we made. And they are, and it works.
Crossover new is new parts for us to turn into He-Man people.
Yeah, so the female and male Motu Origins bucks will be around for eternity now. So, that's, if you can find them for cheap, that's a really fun little hit of a toy. Like, don't go completist on that line. Therein lies doom. But,
yeah, I've seen what some of those go for.
Yeah, or also, I can say, from just trying to collect all the Skeletors for the first year, and a Faker, and an Evelyn, and the skeleton guy, the glow-in-the-dark one, Scareglow, once you have, like, 5 or 6 of them, suddenly they take up way more space than you thought. And they're way less chill, but you have one just chilling out on your desk. Like, it's such it really shows, like, hey, that old He-Man body was actually really well sculpted, and it lends itself really well to getting missing linked like this. But yeah, that alternate routes are a good place to look, and I would even say, like, if you keep it under control, if you think board games are neat, there is a toyetic element to board games that can be had. And I'm not just talking about, like, miniature walls, or
Yeah.
CMON games where it's like, here's 500 miniatures. If you like painting stuff, then hey, we can have a different conversation. But sometimes board game stuff can have a similar tactile feeling of fun if you also like playing the games. If you don't, then you don't, whatever. But it's another tangential island you can look at. If you like the act of collecting over the act of handling stuff, there are oceans of opportunity before you if you can keep it under control, to a certain degree. I think that, like, jumping around and basically having more than one interest in the most granular of terms, I'm saying this obviously, but, like, having more than one interest is really helpful for your own, like, self-happiness, I think. Being able to change the channel.
Keeps you from just, like, really, really focusing and burning yourself out. It prevents burnout.
Yeah.
Because I've been through that a few times. I'm going through it now, and it really helps you when, say, that your main hobby isn't doing what nominally gets you going. It's just kind of where I'm at with Transformers right now. Most of the new stuff just doesn't tug my bobber, so to speak. And so it's nice that I can kind of slide aside, and I'm going to go build some Lego now. I can focus on some other project. I can da-da-da-da-da.
Yeah.
It's just nice and easy.
Talking about tug your bobber. It's a West Coast slang.
Yes. Probably. I don't know.
Yeah. No, it's
tug your bobber, lift your luggage, whatever,
It's a very valuable thing to be able to have something else to do when the one thing that you love is not, like, tugging your bobber. This goes without saying as a little tangential comment. If Transformers is something you're doing and you're not having any fun, it's time to change the channel a little bit and introspect and figure out what you were having fun with. Because, like, that is the worst place to be, is being in a hobby because you feel like you're supposed to as opposed to because you want to, right? And then bouncing off what you were saying, like, if Transformers isn't really like engaging you enough to want to, like, pursue it right now, what a great place to also practice, like, enjoying your friends' experiences. Because if you're not, like, into, Age of the Primes, but you're, still into transforming robots, see what your friends who are buying it are saying. Like, ask them, like, hey, how's that Age of the Primes figure? And I think I've gone on about this before. I think it's really important for our general dialogue, right, as a community in a hobby space, to start having conversations about, hey, how is that figure, that are not cruxed around how much was it and should I buy it, but instead just saying, like, hey, how is that figure? Because, like, say at the end of the year, right, if Cypher, if you, like, by the end of the year you just weren't really looking at Age of the Primes, what a fun thing to be able to do at the end of the year is hit up your friends and go, like, hey, so how'd year one go? Like, what stuck out? Was there any funny stuff? Anything that was really cool? I was curious, And, like, in my case, I might go, like,
did any toy do anything particularly neat?
Yeah, and, like, I could say, like, well, did you see the funny time when Canada got the Wave 2 Deluxes and only them, like, half a year early? That was a funny time. Alchemist Prime is a very interesting figure, because in photos he looks inches shorter than he actually is in person. You know that thing when you have, like, a guy... you've seen that Alchemist Prime figure, right? Like, the little mustache dude. So he's got, like, that kind of dwarfish set of proportions, like, the Gimli proportions, big, kind of wide. So he looks like he's shorter than the other ones, but he's actually, like, a normal deluxe height. It's really weird in person. Like, he's actually normal tall. He's just big and thick. Like, being able to just, like, ask your friends about the stuff that you're not, like, actively seeking, but, it still is something that you have a tangential interest in by virtue of your hobby interests.
Or, if you still really want to stay with Transformers, there's 40 years of stuff back there. And a lot of it can be found really inexpensively.
I have been...
I mean, that's kind of why I like doing the channel I do. It's just like, here's just random crap from 40 years. Yeah. Maybe something like this is going to make you go, oh, I would love that. That's at the flea market for $15,
This is sort of like, specific to one community, but, like, being in the Diaclona Discord, where a lot of that Discord are younger than I am to a degree, right? It's really cool seeing some of those folks, like, tracking down and discovering pieces from the aughts as like, I'm not gonna do the whole like tear out down one cheek like that is their vintage, but like that stuff is basically vintage now. If you're gonna actually use the word, and so like it's cool seeing someone go like, oh, I got a good deal on like a easy example. I got a good deal on like a RID 2001 Optimus. I'm putting together a fire convoy. I was able to get like the shoulder pads from this one guy because I found an auction that was cheap because it didn't have them on the main figure, and I think that's really fun to watch. Like as someone who was there for them to be on store shelves, like and for people who did join the fandom, even as recently as the 2010s, like there's so much cool stuff that you can go back and look for that like hasn't spiked just because it's old, because it was produced in such mass quantities that like it's going to be a while before that stuff becomes, I think, expensive just because it's old. Lee, like, Emma's buying Emma bought a bunch of your stuff from pre-2015, and like see, and also it's cool seeing someone's perspective on that stuff now who wasn't there through all of it. Like Daniel of Daniel, who's also in the Diaclone Discord but has a YouTube channel of his own. Buys a lot of, actually has a preference towards less posable vintage stuff, but partly out of an appreciation of trying to like draw poses out of those things in photography. And I think that stuff is super cool, and especially super cool through the perspective of someone who hasn't been, knees deep in it when it was coming out, for instance.
I'm finding it a lot of fun to follow Graham Thompson on Blue Sky, and just because he mostly just posts, here's my 1988 Target Master. No, he doesn't have the stickers, but he's mine. He's fun. I love him. He's got a great design, and that's really refreshing.
Oh, Boulder,
that's fun. That's fun to watch.
Boulder, just mentioned alternators. Boulder got some good deals on some old alternators in Vinyl Tech, and like those are good lines to pursue right now, because like some of the prices I saw for for some of that stuff, it's pretty darn good, even if that stuff was newer. And like academically, alternators Vinyl Tech has a lot of the roots of things that we take as granted in Deluxe and Voyager now, engineering wise.
And a bit of Masterpiece.
Oh yeah, and some fair number of Masterpiece tricks too, and it's a really cool and a contained line that I think aged pretty darn well, all things considered. Because everything about alternators that feels kind of dated, I find gets counteracted by the fact that they're at that larger scale, and that they have all those licensed car shapes on them. They are super interesting, and if you weren't there for them and you don't have any of them, and you're just kind of like checking out of Transformers that are coming out right now, like go look at alternators in Vinyl Tech. They're a fascinating era. Look at early Masterpiece too, like the before Masterpiece was formalized. Some of those pieces are just bonkers. And you can get like original Masterpiece Megatron as a conversation piece and an academic piece. If you can get it for super cheap, as you often can sometimes now, maybe I'm wrong, but like I remember that MPO whatever, the original one that was designed in a weekend, like that is a fascinating thing to mess with. Like knowing it's not all that great, but now knowing that thing was designed in like 48 hours, it's totally worth your time in my opinion. If you have an interest
and there's a story there.
Yeah, exactly. Like if you have an interest in that side of transforming robot, design history, messing with that thing is fascinating. I'm a big fan of someone Connor mentioned, the Mitsuoka Orochi Starscream from Alternity. I'm a big fan of that mold.
Yeah.
A lot of people aren't, but like I love that thing. MP5, thank you, Lee. Yeah, I think it was MPO5. I don't know how easy it is to find out. MPO5 is actually really solid if you got the Justitoys third-party kit. This is before third-party was even a name we used. But Justitoys made all the missing gun parts for MPO5. That thing with the stock and the barrel on it, it's like the size of a child. It's really funny. Like, I'm a big fan of that Justitoys kit.
Now I'm thinking about it. Another venue? Why not look at knockoffs?
Oh yeah,
that can be amazing. I mean, I'm talking the cheap shit.
Oh no, Malinus in
some of that stuff is amazing.
Malinus in our own little community here does a lot of exploration in the knockoff space. The only problem with knockoffs right now is you need to have access to AliExpress, and in America, that is currently kind of a switch someone is toggling on and off.
Yeah.
But whenever it's on, AliExpress is loaded with just some goofball stuff. Like, there's actually Diaclona channel has a great video up recently of this, like, 6 robots that turn into real life guns, and they can combine. They don't combine well, but you can get them for like $20, I think, for like the 6 of them or something like that. And it's like, at least 2 of them are neat.
If you, I know every now and then I'll go up to LA and I'll sometimes hit like the Chinatown, just the big warehouse district, and I'll just look at all the weird stuff there. And occasionally I'll pick up just some weird cheap cheese plastic transformer knockoff and just have a blast with it for a while.
Oh yeah. There's like Malinus, I would actually name as the only living historian of Beast Hunters Abominus knockoffs, specifically blots. Because Malinus has bought nearly all of the ones ever to known have been made. There are billions of them. And at some point, their mold changed and added more ball joints to be of a cheaper construction, but it made some of the figures better, and then those knockoffs got knocked off. And so, like, there's a moment in the knockoff history of Beast Hunters Abominus where some of them suddenly gained... They lost a bunch of engineering, but gained a bunch of ball joints. And like...
We're gonna take another trip into the Abominus hole on bootleg zones.
Yeah, there's like fungal mutations in the Abominus hole. It's it's fascinating. Like, those are all spaces that, like, you know, if any of that stuff kind of, like, you know, tweaks your dimble, as we say on the East Coast.
Lots, yeah.
Oh yeah, big lots. I mean, does Five Below still have knockoffs?
If you have any more. Yeah, no, Five Below does carry knockoffs.
Okay, yeah, that's, you know, another place to look. Yeah, the Abominus hole eventually becomes the blot hole. That's what I also learned from Malinus, is like, really, like, the going into the Abominus hole, eventually you realize you're actually in the blot hole. And everything else is just window dressing.
Yeah, any of the I've just blanked, like the discounted, you know, the overstock places, DD's, Ross, TJ Maxx. Take a look-see. You never know. You might find something just weird that'll just kind of twinge something in your brain. And you think, no, I got to try this out.
And that's where the I think the value of introspecting and trying to identify your subjective points of, you know, happiness in your hobby that's where that becomes almost imperative, because that's how you can then look at. You can just go into a discount store and look at all the weird stuff and go like, all right, but I know what makes me happy is this, this, and this. And then you might spot it, you know, like a jewel amidst the wreckage, and go like, hey, this thing has that little thing I like. And, you know, you grab it and you're like, I have $5 to try this out. And then, you know, worst case, it crumbles to dust. But then you can go to, hopefully you have a community you can go to go like, hey, did you know I bought a knockoff and it literally crumbled to dust in my hands.
And you have a story. And also, depending on the chain, you might find genuine Transformers there way the hell cheaper than you would have paid when they were new.
Yeah, I'm always going to warn people, don't rely on the Ross experience people had a year or two ago, because I think that informs the originator of that experience, the big box retailer, to just order less. Because the reason that happened is they ordered stuff they couldn't sell and they liquidated it. But then the backswing is they probably order less next year.
They don't rely on it, but just keep it in mind. Hey, it could happen.
Yeah. Yeah, Connor McClure with the vaunted $12 Trypticon. I think there were maybe only 3 of those, and the same person bought them and took a photo.
Yeah, I don't think that lasted very long.
For Spring and saying reject Ross.
I miss Ollies. I miss Ollies. We don't have Ollies here.
Yeah, I mean,
the $40 Fort Max that I sold for like $80.
all we have in Canada right now that I can speak to is really winners, and that's like, you know, I once found a Thundercats 2011 Mum Ride for $10 at a Winners. That was neat. That's also, by the way, that's a line I'm trimming. That's a line I'm trimming, I think, because
Hmm.
At BotCon 2011, I got to go to Warner Brothers studio was doing it. The studio that was animating and doing Thundercats 2011. I got to visit that studio and see all their stuff, and it was so neat, and it made me have a connection to that line. So I bought almost all of it, even though I didn't really like mess with much of it. And it's all been sitting in a blue tub in a storage unit down the street for nearly a decade. So I've decided I'm gonna just get rid of it and bring it to a toy show. Okay, Warner Brothers Animations. Yeah, that was 2011. That was off of the interview that we did with a bunch of animators who were at that BotCon who weren't working on Transformers, but I wanted to talk to them anyway. And then one of them, Will, was like, "You guys should come and check out the studio after." That was really interesting. That's where I learned they make so much stuff for a cartoon that we never see. So much stuff. I got to flip through this art book of just like, they will just do art pieces to just fill out the world in their own heads. And I flipped through this art book and I was like, "So you guys putting out like a coffee table book of this?" And they're like, "Probably not. You're probably going to be one of the only people who ever sees this art." And I was like, "Oh, that's pretty sad."
Yeah.
The other funniest part of that story I always love to share is I got to see like the war room where they design a season, where there's like a whiteboard on every wall and you can like look across them to see a season. In the middle of that boardroom was a set of DVD boxes of 80s Thundercats. And I was like, "Oh, that's neat." And they're like, "Yeah, when we started this project, we just sort of assumed that we'd start by watching all of Thundercats in a row and then get working on this. We gave up halfway through." That show was not meant to be.
Fair.
That show was not meant to be binge watched. Actually,
I'm not sure that show was ever meant to be watched on the regular. I think it's the show that you were meant to just kind of catch.
Yeah.
Channel surfing.
It was that, and then like I think they said. I mean, I think it's fine to say this now. It's so far removed, but they mentioned that like off the back of that, originally they had a plan to like have an episode written by one of the 80s Thundercats writers, but like the episode as written, like as they were working on it, like it was coming out like an 80s Thundercats episode as opposed to the show they were doing, in a way that just didn't fit.
Not in the good way.
Not in the good. It was just more like it's like our show got struck in the head really hard for an episode or something. And like, not their words, that's mine. That's just me trying to put it into a succinct anecdote. But they eventually dropped that episode because they were like, yeah, it just wasn't. The writing styles did not gel with because they were trying to do a serialized season basically. And having an episodic from the mind of one of the 80s writers, it was just like this ain't coming together in a way where anyone's happy with what's going on, so they just nixed it and did something else.
80s cartoon writing has a very definite vibe to it.
Yeah. This is a tangent, but like one of my favorite anecdotes I ever heard from, I think it was Buzz Dixon, was like, one of the best ways to explain the best of 80s cartoon writing is that all those writers were young guys, mostly in their 20s, who had just been taught like creative writing by people like Ursula Le Guin, and they were like, "I'm going to make my mark on the world. I'm going to change things. Even if I'm working on a toy commercial show, I'm going to make sure they know I wrote it." And then they also were probably doing reams of cocaine and stuff. So like that all comes together into like the best of 80s cartoons where you're like, how did this even happen? It was probably just someone like a writer who was genuinely a solid writer, who was young, who was like, I love name dropping her because it's a fun name to name drop, but like, I was taught by Ursula Le Guin herself the art of creative writing. So I'm not going to phone this in. I'm going to give it 5,000%.
Enough of them had been toiling away in the Hanna-Barbera mines, very restrictive on what you can get away with there. All of a sudden, syndication, the rules are not... Okay, most of the rules are not there anymore.
Yeah.
You can have people punch people. Oh, hell yeah.
Like, that reminds me, I just edited, finished editing Jim Sorens's GoBots panel. I'm not uploading it myself, but I offered to edit it for him because he invited me out for pizza, and I missed the panel, and I wanted to see it. And that panel has some great stuff, but like GoBots, if you ever just need media to go back to, if you've never watched GoBots and you purport to adore G1 Transformers, you really owe it to yourself to watch GoBots, because it's a very different show, but it's also just as good in many ways. In its ways, I would put it up against Transformers G1 very easily. Oh, it's season 2 Transformers G1 is not as good as GoBots in my opinion. Like, there's some good episodes, but like,
Yeah, no.
GoBots highs are higher and its lows are funnier, basically. Um,
Yeah.
and like,
No, there's a reason season 2 is heavily disproportionately the thing we went to most when we were doing the live riff panels.
yeah. By the way, I forgot to mention that up at the front, but like another part of Cypher's resume is the BotCon, the live riff, the MST style, MSTF was it?
MSTF? I think
Yeah.
we've changed the name a couple times, but yeah.
Where does one go to watch the GoBots? So Daily Motion has a lot of a fair number, or at least used to have a fair number of GoBots episodes. Warner Brothers, I think, still owns it. There is a streaming service that Trickster goes to sometimes that apparently has the best masters of the GoBots, and I forgot what it's called. Because
I
that's
like how the auto captions actually correctly does GoBots. It's capital G-O, no space, capital B-O-T-S. Very nice.
brand safe.
Nice.
But no, it's wherever Trickster got the good rips of Inhumanoids. I can't remember what it was called now, but
At the very least, you ought to watch it for the main villain trio.
oh, they're great. Yeah,
Psykill, Crasher, and Copter are fantastic.
yeah, and
They are so much fun. And Dr. Braxis is great as well.
Yeah, Dr. Brax is voiced by the late great Rene Auberjonois, by the way, who was Odo in Deep Space Nine. If you didn't know that,
Just getting to chew that scenery.
and the renegade villain leadership trio also have no parallels in Transformers the cartoon. Like there is no Transformers, Psykill, Copter, and Crasher. That's not to say they're deep necessarily. It's just that they are three villain archetypes that don't really exist in Transformers. Bits of them, you could draw some parallels here and there, but I just don't think there's like a direct one-to-one for any of them. Odo. Odo plays the main human villain in the beginning of GoBots, Dr. Braxis.
And he's slightly channeling Dr. Smith from Lost in Space.
Yeah, definitely. He's also the first name in the credits in the episodes he's in because the name credits from Hanna-Barbera are alphabetical. So he's the A name.
And occasionally you get to hear Peter Cullen be a villain.
Yeah, I mean, you get to hear Peter Cullen also just make noises because he's Pincher, for instance, and like Pincher's opening line is a wall of noise run through a flanger. Also the GoBots theme song is incredibly hard. I'm surprised that there are not more modernized covers of it, given that like we went through a solid decade of people remaking 80s like toy line theme songs, but like with electric guitars at home.
I'll give Hanna-Barbera this. They knew how to put together a theme song.
Yeah, and the opening sequence, it's a little janky, but it has a basic story happening, and in the opening sequence, they painted shading and highlights onto some of the GoBots. So they, for about 1 second, the 6 main GoBots all have frames where they look incredibly good. Just frames, because Turbo is really good at looking screwed up no matter what happens, because his face is all weird.
Yeah.
But Cullen making noises that aren't the Predator. And their theme song is literally just saying the GoBots over and over again as the most intense music plays.
GoBots, the GoBots.
There's also like, whenever I don't know where Jim's going to post the panel.
Can also be had cheap in many places.
Oh, if you want to have a fun line to collect, like I will be the first one to enable you to start collecting GoBots. That's a toy line where you can you can affordably sometimes buy 5 copies of the same toy and Frankenstein it together into one really good copy. Because a lot of them are held together by 2 screws. And they're all like the same size.
Yep.
But whenever Jim puts that panel up,
There's
I'm
rarely
gonna
accessories to deal with as well, so you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, barely. Like any GoBot with accessories, they're famous because they're the lost pieces, right? Like Smallfoot's grill, Copter's chopper blades.
I'm impressed I still have Smallfoot's grill.
You can buy Smallfoot's grill sometimes for in upwards of $20, depending where you look. But whenever Jim puts that panel, I will spray it all over my socials because like he gets into all the good stuff that GoBots has to offer, like the fact that they have their own origin story, the fact that they are organic in part. There is a GoBots episode where the Sentinel who hates biological life yeah, the way that they turn the Sentinel against the Renegades, Leader 1 goes like, "You've been listening to biologicals! Scan their brains!" And the Sentinel scans Psykill, Copter, and Crasher, and you get these legitimately frightening x-rays of what the insides of their heads looks like, because like Psykill is like a skeletal metal plate face over an organic brain covered in wires. Crasher's brain is elongated with the shape of her head. They look super screwed up, because the GoBots have organic brains, and like that's one of the most like understated but like fascinating parts of them as a fiction. I love sharing that aspect.
A lot of them were female, which they had way more female characters than Transformers did.
Oh yeah, like Jim had
showed up on a regular basis.
Jim had Sly. I always forget one of the Bugs was female too. I think literally Bugly or Fangry or something. I can't remember the green one.
Wow.
You know, of the three, there's like Pincher, the Scorp, and the third one who's also
Pincher,
female.
Vamp.
Yeah, Vamp is just a bug thing, but they gave Vamp a female voice actor for the few times that she ever said stuff that wasn't just like noises. Why did they make that choice? I don't know, because someone was having a good writing day when they came up with that part of the origin. Like, the GoBots have this like other movie that you could get on VHS that I bootlegged when I was a kid, all about their origins, where you meet like the master renegade and the last engineer, the two progenitors of the two factions. The master renegade is a dude with a cyborg eye, and the last engineer is a dude with like Dr. Arkeville levels of cyborg parts. So like their whole society was a bunch of meat people, basically, who like ruined their planet, and like the way that they saved themselves was putting their brains into transformer bodies, basically. But it also means like when a GoBot converts, right? That's a person doing that, not a robot. And like eventually it makes a lot of GoBots like really rife for some really interesting, you know, more twisted storytelling ideas that nobody ever picked up on or used.
They did it before Master Force, baby.
Yeah. That's why I'm always a little bit mean to the Tom Scioli GoBots book, because like it's neat, but he demonstrably never saw the GoBots cartoon. And I think doing a mature-oriented GoBots book that doesn't touch on the part where they have meat brains is like, I don't know. It's like, the only reason he didn't, the only way it makes sense to me is he didn't know. But then I'm like, what's the point?
You'd think that the cheese of the old GoBots cartoon would be something right up Scioli's alley.
Yeah, like
right up his wheelhouse's alley.
Like, it felt like he was doing something a little bit more akin to the ending of The Black Hole, which I was like, that's neat. Like, I don't hate it. I'm just sort of bummed out, because, like, everything he's doing is lesser than what I hoped for. But I could see what he was trying to do. But, like, yeah, oh, sorry, brains have been up. Oh, you found a screenshot. Okay, yeah. I was going to say, I have screen caps buried somewhere from Jim's panel, but I don't have them handy. I highly recommend GoBots. I've gone on about it before. The episode Et tu Psykill does the current evergreen Optimus Megatron origin story before Transformers ever thought of it, decades after Transformers started. Like, what if they were actually pals? What if they had, homoerotic tension? And what if there is some toxic yaoi tragedy to be had about the relationship between the two leader characters?
I'm still very proud of when the one story we wrote. We were writing, okay, yes, and the big the big red, silver, and blue robot with the booming voice said this, and then the dark silver and gunmetal robot said this. Oh no, they're not the two you're thinking of. Yeah. In fact, complete opposite alignments.
Sorry, I'm gonna see if I can show.
Oh, get the brains up there.
Brains. Yeah, I want to line it up right. So here is Psykill's brain. There you go. Let's see if I can zoom in on that a little bit more.
Oh, that's something right out of Heavy Metal.
So that's Psykill, right? That's not the freaky one. And so I've been a Crasher fanboy since I was a child, because I thought Crasher was super cool, right? This is one of the things that cemented me on Crasher being one of my Oshis, one of my faves. Look at the shape of her brain, because of the shape of her toy head, basically. And then, like, I don't know, this explains a lot about Crasher to me. Of like just her motivations, her behavior, just everything about her. It's like, yeah, there's a whole lot. She probably had like if you've ever seen the video game Soma, right? Can you imagine if the day Crasher woke up, right, after the procedure to put her brain into this body, right? Like, imagine.
I'm sorry, I'm just laughing my ass off at Weirspringen and Captain Eggplant Wizard, King Hippo.
Yeah.
Where you?
Yeah, there's some mother brain ass stuff going on in there too. Absolutely. But yeah, like just imagine like the unwritten story of like Crasher's first week, you know, coming to terms with this like monstrous existence she's ended up like the fact because you know what Crasher looks like, right? With the domino mask and the lipstick and the pink face, right? Like to me, her and like Psykill as just two easy examples. When you look at like this, right? There's stories to be written about what they look like in the cartoon normally, because like what if that was them trying to come to terms with this existence, like crafting their faces to sort of look more human, you know, like or more organic, just so that they could look in a mirror without like having a mental breakdown, right? Or like,
And then you've got Copter, who's like, no, don't care.
yeah, Copter is the one who just succumbed. Like Copter, that's also what I like about Copter is like, Copter is like, you know, he's a bungling idiot henchman, right? But there's something about Copter's voice where I'm like,
Oh,
this is a guy who's really funny in this show. But even when I was a kid, I always thought like, I bet Copter wouldn't blink if someone just said like, hey, this bag full of humans, just rub them against your propeller. He'd probably be like, okay, and just, you know, blender them into mush. Like Copter just feels like someone who's like monstrous the moment someone actually asks him to do it. It's just no one ever did. Why
and
is
he's got a voice that kind of registers on that same sound wave vibe, you know?
Yeah.
It's got that same timbre, that same. I couldn't even pretend to do that voice.
That mild inhumanity, right? Of like, it's like this Copter. You're just like, something's wrong with this guy. Like, like I'm seeing this cartoon is showing me the fun version of Copter. Somewhere in Copter, there's like a really awful story to be told. And I mean, that's a very classic Transformers fan thing, right? Of like, what's the step what's the depth I can add to these robots? Horrible trauma. But as rote as that approach is, look at Crasher over here. Tell me that this is not rife for some fan 40 years later to go like, I could write the story of the horrific trauma of this existence. Like, I think it just explains a lot about, like, the way GoBots just have weird Hanna-Barbera faces, is, like, how much of that is them just coping with, like, this existence, right? Like, so much Soma stuff, to me. For those who haven't seen, like, Soma is a video game where part of the setting is people's brains have been, like, duplicated into downloadable scans, and so you'll find, like, just machinery that had a person uploaded into it, and, you know, once they will see themselves in they'll see their own hands, and they'll see themselves as a person, to a point. The moment they realize that they are a person whose psyche is now inhabiting a forklift, they just go insane, like on the spot, like existential madness. And there's something about that in organic GoBots. That and the fact that GoBots have the disassembler, right? Once you learn that they got meat in them, what does that thing mean, right? Like. Like, there's always a screenshot floating around. Let me go find it. Of, like, disassembled Leader 1 from that one episode. Because, like, when someone gets disassembled in GoBots, like, they turn into pieces. But, like, they're full of a person. So, like, what does that mean? I hope the GoBots wiki has a... Is Shout Wiki a good or a bad host?
I think that one is in fact the sister one from the Transformers wiki. Let me double check that.
Okay, because I mean, you know,
main page Transformers wiki.
The
yes, GB wiki, Shout wiki. That is a bunch of the people from TFwiki.
Okay. Because I was gonna say, like, the existence of trying to find information online nowadays is like, how do I not go to the Fandom Fextra Life one? and so I'm always worried, right? Okay, yeah, I can't find a good picture, but Leader 1 gets put in the disassembler at some point, and it just blasts, it sucks him up a tube in pieces. And one of those pieces is just his head with the eyes closed, and it's like, his brain is in there. Like, like what does it mean?
You get the feeling they probably forgot.
Yeah. I mean, they weren't thinking about that when they wrote those episodes, but, like, I'll just put Crasher back on because it makes us all comfortable. But, like, that is where I always wish that, like, the GoBots had gotten to have, its second life that Transformers has had many times over, of, like, picking out things where, like, this wasn't what they were thinking when they did this, but when you think about it for 2 seconds, and then getting to, like, spread that out a little bit, like, another thing about the GoBots always stuck with me as a kid. It's the Guardians versus the Renegades. What were the Renegades rebelling against? Were they perhaps... did they have some justification to their actions? Now, as you watch the show, the Renegades are more or less just a gang of criminals. Like, that's sort of that is what they are rebelling against, is basically, like, law, I guess.
Yeah.
But there is, like, in the performances in that show, Psykill is so fun to watch because he's not Megatron, but he's the lead villain. But, his wants and desires are often not exactly the same as Megatron's would be, where Megatron, leans a little bit more towards, like, and also I want to kill them all. Whereas Psykill sometimes is more petty, in a fun way.
He's a stage. Psykill and Dr. Braxis are both radio drama villains.
Yeah.
In animated form. They've got the bombast, they've got the... Wow, we have tangented like crazy, haven't we?
Hey, guess what? GoBots happens to people sometimes, right? Like,
yeah. But I mean, but hey, there's a way, like, yeah, this shows you, there's stuff out there that can be really cool, nice and tangential to Transformers. So when you're burning out on Transformers, you've got a rabbit hole to at least explore, even if you don't financially get yourself into it.
I mean, I never thought
You got Go-Got.
Yeah. I got Go-Got so hard. Also, there was a French GoBots sequel that was just Revenge of Kronos, but they called it La Revanche des Gobots, because that's how you pronounce GoBots in French. I just listened to that theme song earlier today, and they say Gobo, and I was like, it took me 2 verses for me to realize they were saying GoBots. I never thought I'd be saying this, like, about 2 years ago, but, like, if you want to even just, like, pursue nostalgia-driven stuff, all credit to them. I'm eating my hat a little bit here. Nacelle is actually releasing all the stuff they said they were going to do. And they have a lot of interesting properties.
I'm impressed.
Yeah. And, I mean...
I did not think that was going to happen.
They have, on Tubi, a RoboForce cartoon. Like, they did it. That was the project where I was always like, the way you are talking about this, my man, like, put it on Tubi and then I'll believe you. And you know what? He did. So, egg on my... I'm not mad to be wrong about something like that. Like, it's just... Tubi always gave me these vibes of like, this is ridiculous what you're talking about. But then okay, you did it. All right.
Okay, you're gonna put out The Great Garloo, a thing that I only know of because of Mystery Science Theater. All right. Yeah. You did it.
You're gonna put out the most cracked out wave 1 of a Star Trek toy line I've ever seen in my entire life. Like, what Ultimates purport to be in their wave 1s. Friggin' wave 1 Wei-Yun, right? Like, it's just... But yeah, like stuff like Nacelle, that's a place where you can look if you're just like, I mean, it's not cheap. That's what I'll say, to my knowledge at least. It's not like $1, $5 figures. But, that's a place to at least glance, look, and go like, hey, does anything resonate, right?
There's a lot to learn about.
Yeah. And
every now and then I find myself, just discovering, oh, that's what the He-Man thing is. Oh, okay, and just kind of going down a little rabbit hole. Oh, he's from this cartoon, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
And even if you never interact with it in a financial sense, it's a nice thing to learn. It's a nice little bit of... It scratches that itch.
Yeah.
At least for me.
I mean, there's so much stuff just available to look at now. Like for instance, I just finished watching all the episodes of Kamen Rider Geats because it is available on YouTube and Tubi, fully subtitled. It's an extremely good show, very toyetic show. Thankfully, I don't feel like I intend to eventually collect all the Soto figures, but I feel no need to do it right now because I just watched the show. But like, there are so many interesting things you can just like find to, as you said, Cypher, like scratch that itch a little bit. Like that's really one of the ways to survive and be liquid in a hobby space is like, you know, just maneuver around, open your mind to stuff. Like, don't feel loyalty to brands, for instance. Don't feel loyalty to intellectual properties, because they don't care, you know. What a weird shaped brain. Yeah, Mike. The Crasher's brain is one of my personal goals. I want to have one of those someday. Long. I haven't gone looking yet. I think I can find like. I'd like to find torrents for the movies and specials for Geeks. I was just gonna go hit up Cat's site. If they're all on there, then I should be good. Yeah, there's so much stuff out there to explore, and you can still, and like I said, the more that you're able to learn, I'm gonna keep harping on it because I think it's such an important thing. The more you can be able to enjoy your friends' experiences with the stuff they've got that you don't have that still is interesting, or even if it's not interesting, your friends experiencing it, like try to take some interest in your friends having interest in it, right? Like just as a pal, as someone else in the room. The more that I think you can exist happily in a hobby space without feeling like you have to give it up necessarily, and that's the thing that I just always find tragic, right? Like when that picture of the GameStop prices went around, the number of people just said, "Well, hobby's over, collecting's over for me," and I was like, you know, I'm not gonna go like no, because like. Yeah, that's rough. Like, that's valid, you know? And it's not my place to tell people to stay in a hobby. It's just, like, I found it so sad. I said this on another stream. I found it so sad mostly because it was, like, felt like such a binary state of, like, well, if I can't just buy everything I want, then I guess I'm out. And it's, like, that's fair, but, like, there are so many gradients and granulars and shades and shadows in this hobby space that you can still exist in it without having to just drop it. It's just, you gotta, my phrase I like is you gotta be liquid. You got to be able to.
And depending on where you're sitting at right now, sometimes it's good to just go back to something you haven't looked at in a long time. Go into one of those old tubs if you can get to it, and explore the stuff you've already got.
Yeah.
And see what, you know, twigs you and is like, yeah, I did have a great damn time with this. I remember getting this. I remember I got this at the closing Kmart or whatever.
Yeah. And Mike Erneroth was saying with 3D printing and stuff, we could enter a zine-like age of indie fandom. I think that is still possible. I would say, like, that's not going to be the solution, you know, overnight, but I hope that for the people who are so inclined, more people explore indie toy design on their own, or, you know, or obviously get an education in it if you can afford it and it's available to you. But I hope that more people who have the talent and are inclined also just explore, like, Lego mocking and 3D design. Like, the stuff, I don't know if he's in here, the stuff Student Scissors has been doing this last year has been absolutely frigging incredible. Not just designing, like, fully transforming mock robots in Lego, but, like, also just moving into, like, hey, I'm just going to start designing some transforming toys in 3D and print them. Doing that Pizza Bots Prime and getting to see that process and just how frigging fast that process was.
I mean, I can't remember the name of the site that Trent uses now after Shapeways kind of went tits up.
Yeah. I can't remember.
Cults 3D or something?
I think it's Cults.
Yeah, but take a look through that, see what that, and do a little search, see if you have a makerspace near you.
Yeah.
Because, like, the big library here in San Diego has a makerspace where you can rent, okay, yeah, I can go work on your 3D printer, and you can see if makerspaces will let you use a 3D printer and futz around with that and see if there's anything in there that you can get cheap.
Yeah, everything Student Scissors has done has, I think, been put up for free because of the software he's using. Like, there's something, it doesn't have the right Creative Commons to be able to, like, sell stuff you design in it, I think he was saying. Sell the 3D stuff. Obviously, if he prints copies, he can sell those because he's printing copies of them and doing the work. But a lot of his stuff is available. Like that Pizza Bots Prime is on there, I believe. So yeah, those are all, like, avenues that are still available to us. Mike was saying, like, a lot of libraries now have 3D printers if you're in, like, college towns especially. Like, makerspaces, like like a lot of like small studio spaces kind of left, but have started also coming back in other towns and cities. So it will be a very regional thing. But like Cypher was saying, like just look it up, like see what's in your area, if at all. I know I haven't looked into these too much. I know there are also services where they're like, I don't know these services that well, so like bear with me. But you can send them the thing you want printed, and they'll print it for a nominal fee and send it to you, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
I would say like that should probably be a last resort, only because like I think there are a lot of gray legalities with that stuff, and not in the fun way, like with third-party toys, because in that case you're just buying a thing. That's your interaction. But when you're the one who has the CAD and you're giving it to some guy and they're printing it then sending it to you, like there's more. I just feel there's more vectors of failure in that process. If you know a guy or a girl or a them or whatever in between,
assuming
who has a 3D printer,
the plans that you gave them, actually work with their 3D printer and don't collapse in on themselves.
If you have like a pal who has a 3D printer and is willing to like indulge your time, as far as they can fit it into their time, then you've got a golden goose in front of you. But that's very much going to vary from person to person. And I'm never going to say like just get a 3D printer, because I can't. I live in an apartment, so. But yeah, there's a lot of just avenues and paths, and the more that we can stay as liquid as possible, and just like I know I kind of come off sounding a bit like a hippie about this stuff, a toy hippie of sorts, but like, it is like you got to prioritize. I say this at all the panels. You got to prioritize your own happiness when you're in a hobby space specifically, because that's where you are supposed to just be having a good time, or at least going through toil in the service of having a good time. If the good time ain't there, then yeah, something's got to change for you, and it's going to be very much person to person. But hopefully, chats like these or stuff like the panel series offer enough, bubbles in the air that a couple of them pop into your brain in a way where the soap sticks and it doesn't suck. You're like, no, actually, I needed to wash my hair like this for a second. Can't get 3D printer because living in an apartment skill issue. Yeah, all I gotta do is put it outside on the balcony and just like, just pipe all that stuff else and get a tent for it so it doesn't get hit with the elements. But yeah, there's lots of solutions people have. If you feel stuck, ask. If you've got friends in similar situations, also just ask them, like, hey, how are you coping with all the stuff messing with the most immediate version of the hobby space, right? Also, I just saw Brian was saying your guest is one of the guys from Isle of Rangoon. Yes.
Yes.
There's an episode of that with me in it and Derek Wyatt from 1,000 years ago.
And you're in our 100th riff as well.
Yes, right. I'm really bad at remembering like collab stuff I've done. I try to keep it all in a YouTube playlist now, but I'm missing like still piles of things I know that I poked in on. But yeah,
looked into old. Sinanuva. I've got a friend too that recently stopped buying a lot of the new stuff. Most looked into old niche toy lines that appealed to her, and it's brought her a lot more joy. Yeah, a lot of those old toy lines you can find for pretty inexpensive if you've got the right, if you've got a decent flea market or.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and especially if you weren't there for some of them, then you're in the better position than someone like myself who like. That one of the biggest bummers for me when I try to look back on older Transformers lines is like, oh no, I was knees deep in all of that. Yeah, I like I can still find some enjoyment from them, but for me, it's not like I'm going back and looking for them. It's more like, I wonder where I put that one, because it's around here somewhere. Either that or it's out west in one of those organized tubs or shelves. So like. That's an advantage you have if you actually were not there for the 2000s or even the 2010s especially, is several golden ages in different ways of Transformers. At least one of them will probably click with you, and if it's all new to you, it's like, hey, you can fill in multiple years of this hobby, just like pursuing some of that stuff. If you want a Grail, right, that's really interesting, and you like the early 2010s era stuff, Reveal the Shield Lugnut, or hunt. I can't reveal the shield or hunt for the Decepticons, but that Lugnut in either colorway is a massive grail for a lot of people now.
He is so nice. He is so nice. He is in the only if I need a kidney sell pile.
Yeah. I ended up getting both colorways of that toy because I love that toy, and I cling to them now because I'm like, no, this thing's beautiful. And it's a grail. It's not cheap anymore, but they exist because it was produced in the 2010s, so there are lots of them out there. You just gotta,
Lots of stuff from the very late 90s to 2000s is still really good, really fun toys that you could probably find for a nice and inexpensive if you're patient.
yeah.
I've had a lot of stuff that even on eBay, as overpriced as it can be, it's just like, you just sit there and wait. Just wait.
Yeah.
It'll pop around sometime.
If you're able to enjoy poking around auction sites, and as long as you don't need a victory every single week, if that ends up being fun for you, you've also then found a new, pastime you can kind of enjoy idly. If you can find academic interest in anything about toys, and don't force it, obviously. And that's a phrase I like to use, right? For stuff like, there is a third-party Megatron called Bold Forms Gladius. He turns into a gun and a tank. I adore that figure. It's bad, as just a toy you could purchase, but I adore it academically because it was one guy's passion project for years to a fault, and you can even see it in the manual. And so I think Bold Forms Gladius is still one of my favorite third-party Transformers pieces to ever exist, and I think that it warrants a lot of affection and fun conversation, because it is a fascinating academic piece. And even if you find any interest in any kind of design just niche, right? Taking academic interest in stuff, as long as you keep it healthy, you keep it under control, it's another way to find interest in a hobby. There are some Transformers that I'd like to pick up, I haven't. More so academically, like Studio Series Rise of the Beast Mirage. A toy that suffered, to my knowledge, enormously from the demands of the car manufacturer. I have a huge academic interest in that because I find car manufacturer meddling in Transformers, it's not super common anymore. So whenever it happens, I'm like, I kind of want to see it, though, because I love being able to see, to a point, hypothesize as I handle a figure what was, maybe just a misfire during a design process, and what was the result of a struggle and a battle with a licensor, right? And how did it manifest? I find that really interesting. So that, yeah, there's a lot of academic niches one can go down, and there's a lot of niches one can go down. As we said at the top of the stream, Cypher is chasing down those Japanese store exclusive Superlink Energon weapons,
or the last handful of Chase Super Collection figure, the little PVCs that were hot shit in the early 2000s.
Right? Yeah. And when you're in, we mentioned this earlier on in the stream, when you're in one of those marketplaces, you also have the bargaining chip, hard one to use, but you have the bargaining chip when someone wants to sell you something for very expensive to go does anyone but me want that?
Creons,
oh,
very inexpensive a lot of the time.
And also Creons are done. It's a closed collection. If you want to pursue even just pieces of it. The Boss Coffee cap toppers. That's a fun little thing you can look through. Yeah, like Verspringen said, the world, I'll say can be, but if you really can look at it just through a distant lens, the world's pretty cool when you dig around in it enough.
We're kind of spoiled for choice, so you don't need to focus on what's coming out in 6 months, what they just dropped pre-orders on.
Yeah. You've
got 40 years. You've got 40 dang years. Slightly more if you want to get into pre-transformery stuff, which can be found cheap sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot to look at. It's worth taking a look at.
I mean, if you like tchotchkes, Mike Aronoff is saying you can take my Transformers party supplies from my cold dead hands. There are sellers because Alfie is a jazz collector of everything jazz, basically. And so she has almost all of it now, but she has tracked down weird things, like stamps, stickers, paper plates, party hats.
Sometimes it enters my brain. Just imagine all the Transformers tat.
Yeah.
That you will never know about. It just exists. Like I've said this many times, and I will continue to say it. Keeping track of all that should be a full-time paid job.
like Kean Carlisle has a very set focus on just Transformers animated, and possibly has prevented some of that stuff from becoming lost media now just by acquiring. Like, I didn't know there was a Transformers animated toothbrush that played a version of the theme song for the length of time you're supposed to brush your teeth. But
Nice.
there is. And he has one.
Yeah,
He
buddy,
opened it up.
I am responsible for the only properly assembled Hero Mashers clamp down picture on the internet.
So, was it Robot Lore Keeper? Just saying, I feel like I'm literally the only adult in the world who wants the Transformers Mix Mashers. They're always out of stock because kids actually want them. So yeah, and like a lot of that stuff that, you know, from the kids lines down to just the raw tat tchotchkes. If any, like, don't feel like you have to be the curator of that stuff, but if any of it actually resonates with you, you could well inadvertently become the curator of some of that stuff.
Some of those little $5 authentics, not that bad. I quite like the barricade they did.
Oh, and the authentics and the I don't have a better word for them, but, you know, the soap bottle titans, the ones that are just like a big tall thing whose arms move. I think that the documentation on that stuff becomes very blurry as they package refresh more of it, but also make new ones that just look like the old ones, but they're different. And there's so little interest in them that I think there will eventually be a knowledge gap in precisely what some of those things are. And it doesn't help that a lot of them have a very generic box, like the Evergreen box. So it's super easy to just look at a wall of stuff and go like, that's all the same. And it's actually 3.5 years of product. It just happens to look like it all got farted out of the back of a machine.
That doesn't help that it's the same 6 characters.
Yeah, that too. But yeah, there's so much fun stuff to explore, and like, there's a little bit of, you know, I will admit, I tend towards, like, how can I find positivity in a situation? But, like, I just feel, with the aforementioned 40 years of nonsense all just sprawling out for Transformers just all by itself, there is so much, like, joy to go looking for when faced with the prospect of despair in the hobby space. And I say in the hobby space because, like, I really like to I like to delineate that as a separate thing in the world we're in, because it is sort of like, that's what I call, like, this is the healthy version of escapism, is you want to curate your hobby space to be as good for you as possible, within reason, obviously. I've talked on a panel before about how people love to misuse the protection of their escapism, you know, for ill. But it is the place where you should have a nice place to exist. As much as possible, and to be liquid so that you can maintain its nicety even when you have to acknowledge things like the USA tariff situation that is objectively and undeniably impacting many hobby industries with its twists and turns and nonsense. And
that was very diplomatically put. Well done.
I try my best.
I would have used way more profanity.
I have fun trying to figure out how to not do it as a fun game for myself. But yeah, like maintaining that little, like, you know, fenced off little area for yourself in a healthy way, in a way that is not like, you know, keep it out of my whatever, don't ruin my childhood, you know, the very self-destructive terms like that. Don't make room for those. But, like, finding out what it actually means to have a curated, nice little space for you in order to recharge, so you can then face the realities of the world afterwards. Connor McClure, Zen collecting.
Zen collecting, yeah.
Yeah, kind of actually unironically.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we both saw it.
Like it's
a little bit of Marie Kondo. What sparks joy?
Marie Kondo was a huge inspiration for my thought process about a lot of this stuff. Like, once I realized what sparks joy actually meant, I was like, no, but that's actually for real. Like, you should assess if things you are keeping don't spark any joy. That should put them at a crossroads of whether they stay with you or not. But yo, Lotus, yeah, we yammering and hammering. I found everyone says yapping, and I was like, no one says yammering anymore, and it rhymes with hammer. So what if I put those together?
I like yattering, but that doesn't rhyme with a lot of stuff.
It rhymes with chattering, but you gotta have
Yeah,
some
but
real
it's the same
swagger to.
thing.
Yeah, you'd have to really have some swagger to put those together and make it work. But yeah, Mike's not wrong. Like, collect for your enjoyment. If it's a job you have to pay to participate in, you're doing it wrong. And yeah, that's and there is a big gradient in there, because there are times where I will struggle to a degree to get a hold of a thing that I really like and it makes me happy, and it's not the most financially sound decision in the world, but I try to be very particular about my motivation being oriented about my happiness, even if I am acting financially irresponsible in a given moment, so that at the very least, if I'm paying a price for it in the span of 30 days, I'm paying a price that is offset by the happiness it brought me, as opposed to paying a price and then you're not even happy about it. You're just like, well, at least I was able to get that wave, so I can check that tick box off.
I have caught myself many times with a toy in hand in a store going, yeah, now wait, am I about to buy this just because I think it's something that I should photograph for the wiki and that's it?
Yeah.
No, I don't need to be spending money on that.
Yeah, I have been there with when the podcast was more set weekly, and we always had a What We Got This Week segment. We all were there on the podcast. We talked about it on the podcast, about how, like, we went through this sort of multi-year phase of realizing we were sometimes buying something where we were saying in our heads, yeah, I don't have anything for the podcast, better pick this up. And, like, that was the reason. And it's like,
even if it's just a $5 thing, it's like, no, I don't need this weird orange Ironhide from the Bumblebee movie. What? No, wait.
Yeah, it's like the worst reason to purchase a hobby item is because it is an obligation, and that extends to, like, oh, it'll be good for the channel. Like, that's if you're a YouTuber who is doing toy media, keep doing it. Because it's a great way to, not only a great way to express your hobby, but it is a great way to draw more value out of the things that you do have in your hobby, and ways to interact with them that are very unique and specific to creating, like, video or photographic coverage of them. But there's a very slippery slope if you enter the realm of I'm getting it for the channel, because you are inherently robbing the piece of its base enjoyment, and you're turning you're turning your enjoyment of it into a tangent. It's something tertiary, it's something happenstance. Like, I got this for the channel because it's from the new wave, but thank goodness I also liked it. And it's like, you shouldn't be saying that,
No.
Like, and I've done that recently, sort of.
Even if things weren't costing what they are now, you probably shouldn't.
Well, when Canada got the Wave 2 Age of the Prime Deluxes really early, I was like, it'd be kind of fun to get those Vortex and Alchemist Prime and actually make videos of them now, so those videos can just sort of float around until, I guess, October or whenever these actually come out. And those, because that was not at a GameStop, those things were, after taxes, nearly 40 Canadian a piece, those deluxes. And thankfully, I do like those two toys, but I was definitely mixing in a bad motivation of, like, this would also be good for the channel. Not a good motivation. Now, I wasn't buying toys I actively thought looked bad. That would be worse. I've kind of stopped doing that, at least. But it was definitely, like, a little moment where I was like, I know there is a bad ingredient in my purchase of these, but ideally I'm going to enjoy them enough to offset that. I hope.
Yeah, I like Lee Kalba's thing. This is where Casey Explosion, by the way, follow Casey Explosion, wonderful, has a good bit of advice. As she's a Twitch gamer, she will never stream her Warhammer stuff because that is just for her in her spare time.
Yeah, follows up saying carving out something is just for you. That's super important. As someone who has put a lot of myself onto my YouTube channel alone, I've tried to be extremely mindful about how I do it. Personally, I'm fine sharing just about everything in my hobby spaces, but most all of them, I'm trying to figure out the right way to describe this, even with Transformers, which is kind of my main one, right, in this channel, I try to always make sure it is an expression that I find fulfilling to deliver, more so than a thing to fill in a slot on the channel.
Yeah.
And so I'm happy to... Or, sorry, go ahead.
No, that's with me in the wiki right there. I wanted to do the YouTube videos because I like sharing information. I like sharing history. I like sharing these weird stories. Like, the clip from Willy Wonka with the guy in the candy shop just flinging scoops of candy at kids. That's how I like to be with information. And it doesn't work if I'm buying something just because, we don't have a proper, we just have stock imagery on blah, 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 blah. No, it works better when it's a toy that I'm like, no, this is neat. This is fun. This is cool. This makes me happy.
Yeah. Yeah, and like, I just tried, like, if I were to, like, I've shared miniatures painting before on this channel, but it was because I have found that streaming while painting, like, it's not my ideal way to paint, but it's not suboptimal either. It's just sometimes I like chatting and streaming while I paint. I need to get back to doing that a little bit more, because I haven't painted for a little while, because it hasn't clicked with my brain, and I don't want to force it anymore. I just want to let it happen, but I found, like, streaming painting, it was fun, but I also very strictly was like, I don't actually want to set goals about streamed painting. Like, originally I did just because it's the autopilot response, but eventually I was like, no, I'm just gonna, sometimes I'll paint on stream, and I don't care if I finish painting off stream, because I just want to, like, chill out with some painting happening, because it's kind of a fun variant on miniatures painting. And then demonstrably folks who were watching had told me that they found that that particular stream environment had a certain chill factor that they found nice to be around. And it's like, all right, it's a win-win for everybody. But I'm not going to be like,
idly thinking.
Go ahead. I'm not going to be like, because you liked watching me paint, I'm now going to paint the entire Hellboy the board game on stream and then do gameplay series and structure and blah blah. It's just I'm gonna leak myself into what I do in service of me more so. And ideally, it happens by happenstance, delivers to other people. And also, the last little bullet point on that, YouTube doesn't reward you for doing it that way at all. So, that's also, I think, another reason why people do say, like, have a hobby for yourself. If you have a thing going on and you care about your YouTube algo nonsense, whatnot, and you try to put more of yourself in your channel, YouTube tends to punish you for that before they reward you, if at all. I just have a very aggressive, hostile attitude towards the algo stuff, so I just do what I want anyway. Yeah. But that's me. Sorry, you had something you were gonna tangent.
No, I was saying that I've been idly considering that once I get my workspace is currently loaded up with toys to maybe sell, and once I get some workspace free, I might stream. Just like, I'm going to try and build this Lego thing, not from instructions, just I want to do this thing. I want to make this thing up myself. Mm-hmm. We'll just chill out and build a Chinese restaurant,
Yeah. And I think, like, if I had because I always think about this with Lego, and I'm sure they've actually made a set that fulfills this, but I just haven't put a lot of, like, thought into pursuing it. I think my perfect Lego set would be a set of pieces that I could endlessly build an action figure out of over and over again in different ways. That is like a contained set where part of the fun is, like, I only have these pieces to work with. And I know obviously I could curate a bag of parts like that off of, like, Bricklink or something. I just don't want to put in the effort. No. I would like that to be just a box I could buy on a shelf sometime.
Yeah, and I can tell you, buying things off Bricklink is an effort. It is a hell of an effort. I try and warn people away from it. Use it as a last resort.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Lotus, like, that's why I say, like, to me it's more of, like, a gradient than a hard line, but, like, that gradient is in service of what you're describing. Like, and that's why, like, whenever I've answered the question, how do I start making stuff on YouTube, I always say, like, you need to make stuff that you're happy making for yourself and then for maybe your friends and family. But you need to make sure that whatever you do and whatever success you may find, it continues to be in service of yourself, because the success it finds, especially on a place like YouTube, is at least 30 to 40% entirely out of your control and random. And you will easily drive yourself into an anxietous nightmare thinking you have more control over it than you actually do.
I remember that from your panel at TFCon there, and you were talking about, I'll do this thing that I think is great, and all of a sudden, it's 5 out of 10. You need to stop worrying about that.
Yeah. Like, I personally, I would love for you to share, like, your music wherever it can be heard, but, like, obviously I'm coming from the perspective of the person who's not making it and sharing it, and, like, music is a very personal thing, too. So, I would always encourage, like, no, put it up, because who cares? But, like, when you're putting it up, you are putting part of yourself out there, and if you're putting it on YouTube, unfortunately, you're putting it into a system that, unless you really grab it by the throat and go like, I am in control, that system will scream at you every single day. You know, you could be doing it better if you just did this, and it's saying these things that are based on vagaries already in the first place.
That way leads to Mr. Beast. You don't want to be that non-person.
Yeah, his toys suck. I heard from people who got brand deals with
Oh yeah, yeah.
But yeah, like it's difficult for me to say without sounding kind of I don't know the right word, but you know, hand wavy about it. But like, I always encourage people like, no, just post it. But like, I'm at a point where I find it easy to say, just post it because who cares? Only you should care. But that's easy. Like that is the definition of easier said than done as well, especially when it's art like music, right? Or even any kind of art, you know?
I mean, most of the people that we both know, you know, who make a living doing these videos, it took them a long time. It took luck. It took finding themselves. A lot of them have changed significantly in how they do their stuff.
Yeah.
It's, you know, it's... And they also had to work, you know, their day jobs a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Until it turned around. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's tricky. Because, like...
But they did it because they kept at it because they loved it.
Well, and sorry, I just saw Lotus, like you said, like, your music is for you and only you. And, like, that's why, like, music in the end, it is a personal thing. It's so personal, especially... Like, it is one of the most personal forms of art. So, like, it's only to a point where I'd say, like, no, share it. Because, like, at the end of the day, like, it is yours, and it's a part of you. And if you don't want to share it, I'm not going to, like, go, like, no, you should just share it so I can hear it. Because that's me then saying, so I can hear it, right? And, like, that's the thing I would caution. You know, I'm a very, like... I try to enable people to just do stuff as much as I can because I want to be helpful and I think it's cool. But like over the years I learned, right? And this is to all the other budding enablers out there, like always be aware when you are sort of crossing a line into like, I want to hear it, I want to see it, you know, and like whether that's maybe that can be with all good intentions, still invading someone's space as an artist. So I would only say like, don't crux YouTube's, you know, systems as the reason not to. But if they are simply like helping inform more of a reason why you don't want to, you know, that's fine. It's just like I always feel bad when people are like, I don't want to post on YouTube because no one will see it, because it's like in some cases like there's no better reason then, because then you can just do stuff, right? And you can just have fun, because YouTube at the end of the day, it serves a lot of purposes, but I always try to remember for myself, it's free video hosting, where the bandwidth is unlimited. And so I don't have to worry. Like, I could, if I posted stuff on Dropbox and sent the link out to people, Dropbox would eventually go like, what's going on with all this bandwidth you're using? Can you stop, please? So that's what I find YouTube is helpful for, is that... Also having this streaming chat system so we can have these, you know, this sort of like chill out together kind of sessions. But like, end of the day, I always try to tell people, like, YouTube is just a tool, and you should treat it disrespectfully, because it's not run by nice people necessarily, and it doesn't try to help you.
They're not your friends. They don't like you. They don't know you.
Yeah. So like, you know, I use it, but yeah, that's why I try to check myself in this stuff. And Lotus, thanks for tuning in and sharing, because like that's an important side of this stuff. And yeah, you know, if I am ever overstepping my eagerness with any of y'all with your endeavors, and I'm just going like, no, do it. If that is crossing into the realm of like, you know, no, just tear a piece of your soul out and staple it to the wall so we can see it. Like, you know, just tell me. You know,
I will be happy to share in whatever you feel like sharing.
Yeah.
How's that?
Yeah. Just like I have a propensity to get overeager about it. Go like, no, just the most deepest drops of the well of your soul. Just spill them all over the floor so we can all lick them up ourselves. It's all fine. It's because like I know kind of I don't make a lot of music, but like I kind of know that feeling with music where it's like, it can really, as an art form, like, it's one of the ones where you really, I think, if you were doing vocals especially, but even if not, like, you could put yourself out there, like, so much more than with other art forms. And that's not to say other art forms can't. It's just music inherently is really coming from a certain place that, like, can be really risky to share with just, like, random people. Unless you, like, really have, like, a grip on, like, when you know what you're doing when you're putting it out there. And something about Shia LaBeouf. Oh, that's okay. Someone actually... So that actually started with someone saying something Shia LaBeouf. I was wondering where that tangent came from.
I think I'll treasure my ignorance on this one.
Yeah, that's the Shia LaBeouf song. It ends with Shia LaBeouf appearing in the video, which, you know, respectable.
Oh, yeah. No, I know that it's the plagiarism that's kind of... I'll just treasure my ignorance as to what that one's about.
Oh, yeah, it's one of those things that cross the realm of, like, maybe this is actually a problem for him. You know, like, when it looks like it's, I forgot what the word is, where they're doing it and they don't have control over doing it. Not habitual.
Yeah.
It slipped my mind, the word I'm thinking of. I think someone will catch what I mean.
Genital?
No, pathological. Thank you for springing. Yeah, because it's usually in tandem with lying, but, like, there are examples out there now of, like, I think, at least, you know, speaking as a person who actually doesn't know the sciences of this, they come off like pathological plagiarism, where it's like, that maybe it's just like, that's just like the reflex someone has now. Hard to do in toys, you know, comparatively.
Yeah.
Cypher, how are you feeling, by the way? I've kept you on here for nearly 3.5 hours. Are you doing all right?
Oh, I'm good. I'm a little dry. I ran out of soda like an hour ago.
Because I have a lot of problems stopping talking. So, like, also if you
I could go on for quite a while on a lot of stuff like this.
Also, Verspring, James Somerton being, like, I guess the most citable example of late of, like, possible pathological levels of plagiarism. LaBeef is a great character in the film True Grit. The remake. I always forget it's a remake. It is the Yammer Hammer, after all. This is the dream that Long was here and I have talked about many times, of the stream where actually we just start talking.
So, bullet points, shall we say?
Yeah. Let's go. So, number one, my bullet points... The problem with me and bullet points on this topic is I always just default to, like, super broad in the pursuit of talking more. It's like, bullet point 1, fight FOMO! And it's like, well, what does that mean?
Sparks joy. Good general rule. What sparks joy?
Yeah, don't feel...
And I mean joy, not dopamine sudden meth hit.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's like, what is, you know, what does the Marie Kondo thing, you know, what sparks joy? What feels more like obligation than actual enjoyment? That's always one of my go-tos. You know, trying to find your own subjective faves of the things that things can do for you subjectively. Like, what is it that you actually enjoy about stuff? Which is a very loaded question that can change from week to week, year to year, but it's worth the introspection. And enjoying your friends' experiences without crutching that enjoyment on whether you yourself are going to go buy a thing. This is a big one. I talked about this several times. I'll throw it in here too. And I'm still working on it. When we talk about Transformers, for instance, how often do we tend to say, converse, so you're going to buy it? I've been trying to train myself to stop asking, are you going to buy it, and how much is it? Because there's nothing wrong with those questions, you know, in a vacuum, but I think, are you going to buy it, and how much is it, how much was it, in past tense especially, it solidifies and supports the least healthy version of our hobby, psychologically. And I think that there is value to be found in just trying to train ourselves to not, like, default to, like, you're gonna get it or not. Like, when new toy reveals happen, what a great time to exercise this, of, like, let's talk about the new toy reveals, and let's actively never say whether we're doing a pre-order or not. Let's just talk about the toy reveals. I'm still working on it a lot because it's so easy.
Yeah.
You know, conversational pause. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll pre-order some of it. I'm just always trying to like stop it from coming out. And it's not like this is a battle. Oh, this is so imperative. I just think it's really a healthy idea to experiment with, to like stop making topics involve acquisition and just talk about these objects as they appear before us, right? Sorry, I'm just catching up on what people were saying. Oh yeah, Lotus. I was gonna say a lot of people are having that turnaround with Devastation Prime. Like if you went in expecting nothing, it seems like a lot of folks. The worst thing I've heard about Devastation Prime from folks who enjoy him is just like, it's a shame he costs this much. But that aside, just like a neat desktop optimist. And it's like, yeah, that makes sense. One of my fave early toy show finds was the thing of TF birthday hats and opening to make sure they were all Thundercracker. With the shoe formers, I just wanted one of those football things to be cleats. Because imagine football cleat with spikes. They turn into the shoulder pads or the chest or the spikes. They could have a robot with spikes on them. That's all I'm saying, right? Like, because those old shoe formers, those are very old, and they don't have cleats. They got laces, and that's some really cool visual storytelling. But, you know,
it helps to kind of take a think about what it is about the hobby that really kind of twigs you there. What is it that really makes you feel good? And you don't have to really focus on it. You don't narrow focus, but kind of just steer lightly towards, you know what, I generally enjoy this kind of thing more than I do this kind of thing. So I can kind of, you know, I don't have to deal with, I don't need recreations of all the 84 guys. You know what? I've got lots of those. I can move on to another, you know. Secondary hobby interest, also good.
Yeah.
Just learning about the hobby, even stuff that, you know, can't involve buying things. Learning about the process. Most of the fun I've had is just learning how these things get made in the first dang place.
Oh, I love, like, I always have to catch myself because I have in past, like, really forced the idea on people of, like, the next step is you have to enjoy the process of creation. And it's like, actually, I don't think people have to, but
no,
I think taking an interest in it, yeah, like taking any interest in it, even if it's a light one, like, it will only enhance your enjoyment of a hobby, a given hobby, and it will also increase the quality of conversation you have, you know, to a point.
And it can really help temper disappointment.
Yeah.
When you kind of go, oh, well, okay, I understand. Yeah, okay, an entire wave is one budget. All right, no, I get that. All right, fine, you know.
Yeah, and like, there's always, you know, there's pits and plateaus to navigate through all that stuff too. Like, it's very easy when you are learning new things about toy design as a basically a layman from outside the industry to start sticking up for toys past the point of necessity, if that makes sense. Yeah. You might grab people like, no, it costs that much because this, and like I try to remember all the time, like, how to describe why without going like, and it's fine, because like sometimes it's not, you know. But I like to still know the whys. Like a easy example, very recent, the Omega Prime topic, right? I'm fascinated by what happened and trying to piece together what's going on with that toy, because to me that's a really fun riddle to play with, where I will never know the full truth because I don't think they'll ever just say anything one way or another. But I love collecting the information and applying it to the other things I know. Like when I first saw the inside of the mechanism where it was pinpointed, where a lot of the excess pressure was coming from, and seeing those little fins, and some of them being bent and some not being bent, right? Those fins, they activated my neurons because I was like, oh. So, instead of having a sheer wall on either side, those fins allow for pockets of air to sort of serve as like a means to interact with lubrication, which made me start asking, like, oh, I wonder if there's lubrication that was meant to be involved. And then, you know, within a few days, oh, there's lube coming out of the cracks on one of these. And I'm like, oh, so they probably put some lube in, but not enough, or something. Like, there's many other things that could have gone wrong. But, like, just seeing that, like, and sort of identifying that the randomness of the cracking, the randomness of the broken fins probably came from the assembly process where they just shove that thing in there because that's how transformers are made, is you just shove things together. And if something, was not all perfectly right with everything in there, just shoving the thing in maybe was part of the problem. Recently there was a thing going around, and I would caution, don't take all of these little news bits as like, that's why, but just as another interesting data point. In China, some folks who had yellowing HasLab Ultra Magnus components, they basically used a black light on the toy and identified that the yellowing parts lacked fluororeactive elements that were in the non-yellowing parts, asymmetrically. Because like they had like one where the left Omega Prime forearm had a yellow plank, but the right one had no yellow planks. But the one with the yellowed plank also was not glowing under UV, whereas the non-yellowed planks were all glowing under UV. So it's like, there may have been like a
one bad batch, and the parts got mixed up. Interesting.
Yeah, we don't know 100% if that is the reason why some of the yellowing happened, but interesting data point that could inform that, hey, maybe there are fluororeactive elements that are supposed to be in there that weren't. Like, one thing I learned from the Hasbro Zoom Q&A era in the early 2020s was that fluororeactivity is part of basic safety testing. I did not know that until someone from Hasbro said that. And, like, I don't really know the context in which that is applicable for safety, but apparently that is part of the QC process, is fluororeactivity. Which is why I then arrived at the hypothesis that the first wave of the rando yellowing happened to tie together with no one from Hasbro being able to go to a factory. So, what is it, ipso facto or whatever. Like, I don't know, but I've sort of made an educated guess that, hey, something in the fluororeactivity QC process just went all jank and weird because nobody went there to look into it. And that's where I have fun
with... Let's face it, that factory is going to be putting out 10,000 different items, so...
Yeah, and that's where I have fun looking into this kind of stuff. And Connor McClure is saying, like, it could be a fun way to look back on especially the Earthrise era stuff that was really randomly yellowing, to see if asymmetrical fluororeactivity under a UV blacklight, like, hey, maybe that can display and confirm what visually is already evident, which is like, hey, some of these parts are like just turning weird and orangey yellow, right? So yeah, I really find that stuff obviously people are unhappy that their toys aren't nice, and I always try to keep that in mind. But I also find
it's not invalid. It's not to invalidate the fact. Yeah, it sucks.
Yeah, especially on a HasLab piece. When we were when Victory Saber came out, and one of the topics was like, oh, this Gundam-ass colored Transformer, hope the white stays white, right? And then we kind of figured, like, oh, okay, maybe they just do all the extra checking on HasLab. So, like, seeing that happen on this Omega Prime, like, it was a legit bummer. There are people for whom the toy experience of that thing has been ruined, and, like, I understand. Yeah. But, I also find, like, considering the academic... I say academic just for lack of a better term. The layman academic exploration of what may have happened based on known, tidbits can be fun. Even knowing like how toys are put together, knowing the assembly processes, the batch process, like a lot of us kind of came to this conclusion independent of each other, and then we just sort of nodded when we heard it of like, Omega Prime was supposed to ship in the fall, and all these ones that have shipped and have these, semi-randomized QC issues all shipped to America at the height of the enigmatic nature of the tariff topic. So it's an educated guess, like, hey, maybe they almost rushed a production run to not get obliterated on tariff costs importing them to the States. We don't know. They probably will never tell us, but like, it'll be interesting. Like, there's Canadians now getting shipping confirmations, and Europe is getting theirs in the summer. So we'll see, like, how much does this all align together informationally? And, I think that there can be interest at least taken in this kind of thing.
But I mean, like, even just, learn the history of these things, just kind of take a look, see it where it came from.
Mm. Yeah.
What inspired the line? How did it come about?
Why do different plastics
Which is one of the things
Or
Yeah.
sorry, I was gonna say,
One of the
like,
things I really like about McFeely's videos, it's a lot of
mm,
history, a lot of where did this come from,
yeah,
and that's all good stuff to learn.
and you know, as a collector, I do agree. Like at a certain point, collectors aren't supposed to just know everything about how toys are made, but it's worth taking interest in like just collecting, you know, info tidbits and just. But as long as you check yourself and don't purport to know as much as people in the industry know, because you know kept up with every BotCon panel and listened to a bunch of interviews. Like you got to kind of. At the end of the day, still check yourself a little bit as an enthusiast versus someone literally in the toy industry, but like that you can still ask like really interesting questions and pick up interesting tidbits, like why are different plastic types used in different places on a figure, and then note how that can also interact with stuff like paint placement or this weird fluororeactive yellowing on the nylon plastics. Like I kind of learned just in the last few years. I always refer to those as palm plastic because I heard it and I was like, I'm smart, I'll remember this. I have been told in industry, they are more so referred to as nylon plastics than just palm, because palm is a plastic, but
Yeah.
it's not always the nylon plastic. So it's probably safer to just refer to them as nylon plastics. But it's you know, it's I find it's worth, for myself at least, like knowing what they are and identifying their use, because it's like, yeah, you know, like, oh, why is there like an ugly color patch otherwise marring this beautiful vehicle mode? Oh, because there's like a nylon plastic hinge interacting with that space, and nylon plastic requires more of a priming to paint, etc. It does not take to the airbrush
And
paint
it's
they use in
more
factories.
durable than the other plastics, so it's not going to shatter.
Yeah,
Oh, God.
and yeah, and it means that, you know, you accrue enough of those little bullet points, and it's just enough to like not end up being the really confident cartoon character who's like, you know, we've all seen the one, right? They ought to just make toys out of solid die-cast metal and lead paint because they can make them all shiny and cover them in lacquer, and they'll weigh lots of, and they'll be good, you know, because you eventually can start piecing together like why that might not be a great idea, right? If you've ever experienced like a joint involving metal, you know that it has to have a lot of other materials involved, or you're just grinding two metal plates together.
Yeah, I find, Sideswipe Prime, I find it easy to come across as defending Hasbro the Corpo when I'm trying to explain things.
it's
It's good to keep in mind, yeah.
Yeah, it's like I said before, it's something you kind of have to eventually check yourself a little bit now and then tonally, right? Like, am I telling people to like it, you know? Or, and even if you don't mean to, like, can I be coming... Is what I'm saying coming across more so as like I'm sticking up for the corpo action figure than I am trying to inform you know, this is going to be a little bit of a mean way to put this. I just don't know how else to put this. Am I trying to course correct low quality conversation, basically? And even then, I try to stop myself when I think that and go like, in this context, is it my place to do this, right? Like, am I helping? Or can I adjust my tone so I'm more so saying, oh, you know, just actually that will, you know, you'll drop a real actually, right? Real actually, that thing you're saying, like, this is the why, you know, on a wider industry level, as I understand it, why they do that thing. Just, you know, just because you guys seem to get wondering why they would ever do it. Well, you know, my understanding from talking to people is they do it this way.
Another thing is, it's good to disconnect from the up-to-date newest info feed. You don't really need to know all the time.
Yeah.
I kind of stopped checking out every single live stream and Instagram post and everything, and I'm kind of feeling okay about it, because like I said, most of the stuff that you're hearing about now is a good 6 months away, at least. It kind of makes you, it's making you chase rather than appreciate what's sitting here in front of you.
Oh, people may notice, like, when I get asked, like, what do you think of the reveals, I tend to have fairly curt answers, because there's only a certain amount I really have to say, and then it's like, other than that, I'm waiting for in-hand reports, because, like, for my own tastes, like, that's where my interest lies, so, like, and especially the fact that a lot of reveals are digital CAD models in mock-up digital packaging, right? Like, the textures aren't even indicative of what they will look like in person, so I'm like, it's hard for me to have really heavy opinions. Like, you know, when Age of the Primes was revealed, everyone's talking about Silverbolt and the Superion torso and the hunk and everything, and I'm like, the thing is, like, that really still could go either way for me, because this digital mock-up they have has a horrible texture render on it. And I'm gonna go out there, I'm gonna put my reputation on the line that I just don't think that texture is what it will look like in person. And it's making it hard for me to like...
Not.
Yeah, and it's making it hard for me to like really have a deep opinion on this, because like, you know, that hunk, right? Can I just take the hunk and ram it on the back of the plane? Or am I going to be wiggling it in? Is it going to be weird and fiddly, right? Like, another thing that wasn't evident, right?
Going to be squeaky plastic?
Yeah, is it going to make horrible noises when I do it? I've kind of gotten clarity on this watching a couple video pieces, but like, how much can I do the Motormaster thing I loved, whereby I can just have Silverbolt and then attach him to the frame as like a powered exosuit? Because Motormaster could do that super well. And I don't entirely know if Silverbolt can, because I don't know if you have to have the Superion head out to mount him. But you know, it's stuff that like I personally need to know before I can really have like a hard opinion on, you know, the piece. Like Studio Series 86 Devastator. A lot of the great prototypes had this funny butt, right? This butt hunk. The butt hunk had enough hinges on it where I was like, I truly, like, I need to know whether that butt hunk can hinge up more, because it looks like it can, but these are all gray protos, so I don't know. And,
I mean, just like you were saying, like, Alchemist Prime comes across way smaller than he does because you're looking at a CAD model, isolated. And
yeah.
even when they're showing off the prototypes, you know, yeah, that's a small image on a screen. That's not a fantastic... That just doesn't compare to seeing it in person.
Yeah. I mean, the HasLab Lyokaiser pieces, until they had those resins in person next to some other toys, I could not tell what they were going to be as physical objects. And so it was really helpful to me that Evan actually got those block models out in person, because I was like, oh, they're kind of huge, actually. Like, compared to what I thought. Because the CAD models looked like little deluxes, basically. And I was able to kind of intuit, like, well, some of those hinges and peg holes make them... They're probably bigger than I think, but I don't know. So seeing the block models, you know, in Evan's hands, I was like, oh, they're kind of thick and kind of fat. Okay, I dig... Okay, yeah, I get it now. Like, there we go.
Need me a butt hunk that hinges. If I had a nickel for every time I've said that.
We're still working on the science for that, Cat. We're trying to figure it out. The problem with
Hold yourself in the middle.
The problem with the organic hinge is like it only ever seems to work one way, and then it just starts bleeding all the time. And I didn't. We're still working on that organic hinge, and the organic wheel. Have you? Sometimes not the tangent. This is a little quick thought, a little quick body horror thought. Sometimes I thought about what if I had working wheels on my shoulders, right? But I was still a meat and bones human. Like, what is an axle on a biology? Like, what is a free spinning axle that can just keep turning without eventually stopping? And then, like, what does that mean? Like, because we don't have a free spinning axle. We have something that has conical rotation that can feel like it's going in a circle, but it's not, right? Anyway, welcome to the nightmare of my mind when I'm up too late at night.
Really should have had the Crasher Brain image for that. Oh, well.
Hey, listen, we can fix this. Just, hang on. There we go. Just think about it for a second, all right? Like, what if we had wheels on our bodies? Would we have a perpetual wound just spinning somewhere? Or would we just have, like, hyper-flexible nerves that could, like, pivot in and out as the wheel keeps turning? Or would we just have a limitation on the number of rotations before our nerves... Fire?
Tire? Woman! Woman? Tire?
Woman? Brain? Yeah, some structures get close, but no. Yeah, we could have like a limited rotational, but like I don't know. And then yeah, when you're a bone wheel skeleton, then like what is the nature of your bone wheel? Like what dictates its axle speed? Wave sign. There are biological wheels in some microbes. I think that the tardigrade just went down a rank. Because the tardigrade doesn't have wheels, what the hell is it doing? Where's I forgot I said that line. He has a pink brain. In general, hey, anyone watching in the text chat, you got any other things you want to bring up, just in regards, I guess, to the wider topic of, like, collector health, fighting FOMO, trimming collections, etc.? Anyone fighting any battles? Anyone wanting the input? Because I got a good, like, I could probably last another 20 minutes or so myself.
Oh yeah.
A tardigrade with wheels for each little leg. That would be. What if that's actually what we just haven't seen it? Like, what if
that would be adorable.
Yeah. Like, what if their little claw paws can, like, ball up and, like, work like space wheels? Yeah, Ronnie, no. Pincher was a dump truck GoBot, like just a generic dump truck GoBot, who got run through a machine and came out looking like Pincher. It's like, what did they do to him? You know?
If you find yourself telling yourself you won't do something and do it anyways, it might be worth taking seriously and looking into. Yeah.
Hell yeah, GD Slalom. No, I mean, hey, that's kind of HasLab sometimes for folks, right? Where you're like, at the last minute, you're like, no, push the button, whatever. And then immediately, like, oh man.
I came so close on that Lyokaiser more than once that last 24 hours.
Yup. I know that feeling. I think it's important that I say this a lot and express this a lot. I don't follow my own advice very well. I'm always struggling to, but I find, like, trying to share my advice, it partly helps me. Like, the way back 2017, the first of those panels I did, I said this panel is partly like me working through this stuff, and it helps me to just talk about it with a bunch of y'all. And part of the reason I keep doing the panel, and these talks too, right? The panel's the main one I think about because it's a panel, but, like, it's because, like, someone always says, hey, it was helpful to just listen to someone talk about this stuff. Because it is a topic that is still, I think, the wider collecting community is still averse to talking about it, just, as a habit, just, like, on the side in its spaces. Because we always make lots of room for new product hype, for review coverage, for debacles. Oh, we love debacles, don't we? Right? But, like, talking about just the practice of our hobby, like, this, I just find there's still not a lot of room for it in online spaces. And it's not an indictment of anybody or any spaces. I think it is, like, just something that we have culturally been taught to not have to think about in the way that our hobbies are presented to us in their marketing and etc. And subsequently in how we learned to talk about them initially with each other. Kat, you've got a Lyokaiser coming. Hey, listen, a lot of people do. Nothing wrong with it.
I said I'll be looking into obtaining a Lyokaiser once it's actually shipping. Absolutely. But I figured that can be a next year problem.
That's exactly what I thought. I was like, we'll cross that road next year, and I'm sure that 2026 Chris will have solved a whole lot of his personal problems. Granted, I've put that on future Chris's many times, and a lot of those are now dead past Chris's.
Yeah, we're springing. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Had a good. Yeah, there's no time limit on this stuff. You can always take a break and come back. It doesn't have to be an on-off switch.
Yeah, and don't be scared to diversify. Like, diversification is fun. Like, don't force it. It's just like, if you feel like, oh, I'm not supposed to do this, I'm a Transformers fan, then, like, hey, do it. Because there ain't no Transformers fan police. I'm sure someone at Hasbro, I'm sure, would love for there to be. But
yeah, right this moment, I'm sitting here fiddling with an old, these new retro 4LOM and Zuckus figures that I got at a Ross for like $8. Just because, it's fun. Yeah. It's fun. It's neat. It was cheap. It's a nice diversion. It pinged the itch that I normally, get when I don't get a Transform enough time. They're fun. It was $8.
Yeah. And also, I do want to say, like, don't beat yourself up if you do just, like, if you're a consumer consuming the product. Like, don't, as long as you're having fun, like, you don't have to, like, be I don't know how else to put, you don't have to be like you don't have to flagellate over this, you don't have to be like a monk who's like, I have taken an oath to never again. Like, you still got to be happy, and leave yourself room to, like, as long as you aren't, I was going to say, leave yourself room to make some stupid decisions, but, like, I will caveat that. I mean harmless stupid decisions, right? I'm not like, don't leave yourself room to, like, commit a vehicular homicide or something. Like, don't do that.
Don't risk rent. How's that?
Yeah. Don't do that either. And where possible, don't risk food, because actually having nice food also just helps your mood stay better sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
But
Oh, I get hangry.
yeah, no, I mean, I've got a friend who I found out was living off of empty carb noodles for a while, and I was like, dog, like, we gotta talk.
Ooh.
Like, we gotta...
No. Get you some protein one way or the other.
I was trying to say, like, I have to check up on him, because he's had flu after flu, so I haven't been able to connect with him, but I was like, Loki, he's not gonna watch this stream. I want to give him a bag of groceries from my grocery store, because they have inexpensive good stuff like broccoli and things, and I want to get him going like, hey, listen, if you just have like $3, you can get a day and a half, 2 days of broccoli from this grocery store right next to me, and maybe consider doing that to at least go with the noodles.
Yeah, Cliff is saying here, your panel series in this stream has me messing with some older figs and considering some I haven't messed with in a while. So yeah. Yeah, always worth looking, always worth remembering what you do have and seeing how that, re-enjoy those. That I found that was really nice when I was working on my Energon video.
Yeah.
Just a lot of these toys, like, these are genuinely fun toys.
There's something to be said about
jank, but
the Energon Autobot combiner clip, because I messed with Inferno and Hotshot a few months back when on a visit to my mom, and I was really pleasantly surprised how good that clip still felt, because I was low-key kind of terrified it was going to shatter to pieces, because it's 20 years old now. And I was like, I wonder if I should not do this. But I slammed them together. I didn't, do that, but I pushed them together, and it just felt nice. And I was like, huh. And then I remembered,
I've still got checkpoint and toe line, and I would just kind of chunk. Oh, that still feels good.
Yeah. But, and then on the side, I would also realize, like, oh, yeah, some of these just don't know what to do with their legs afterwards when they're at the top.
Yeah.
The legs are just... A lot of these just sort of have laser cannon backpacks. a lot of double laser cannon backpacks going on, Oh, is this? The stream helped me go from I should stop at Frankenson on my way home to I still have unopened toys at home. I'm good. Yeah. No, like... I have struggled with that sometimes, especially now that I try to save opening toys for streams. I try to keep it only a healthy thing, which is that I have simply, and this is just me, this is absolutely not advice, because this is a personality type thing. I have had more fun opening toys on stream than opening them, like, in isolation. Because whatever we have structured together here, I find is really fun. To crack things open and have a chat and, have people mention things to me as we go. Like, I have a good time doing it. And also, ideally, it can offer a little bit of that concept of watching someone else mess with the thing and just making that your enjoyment of it, right? Griff, I maintain, yes, quote, tops don't know what to do with their legs. You can tell them I said that. But healthy collecting advice from a certified toy thief. That's right, Delta. Listen, as a criminal, I've seen a lot of the world, all right? And let me go face cam for this. Actually, no, just look at Crasher while I say this. I've seen a lot of the world, all right? I know I've seen the GoBots have meat brains. So I can, from all my ill-gained wares, I can share a little bit of this worldly advice with everyone else out there. For those who don't know, the early Canadian Deluxes, I tried to portray that I stole those because I thought it would be funny, and nobody bought it, and I'm so sad. Someone called me out in a comment. They were like, that's a funny intro, but we know they came out in Canada early. And I was like, couldn't you roleplay? Couldn't you roleplay with me a little bit?
Local Cheese Man has hit on something that, I feel like the biggest FOMO thing for me is just the idea of it being more expensive later, and for like every case that does happen, there's like so many where it doesn't, or the extra cost is marginal. Very true.
Yeah.
I have been very surprised by what some of the things that I've sold have gone for. Incredibly surprised. And then turn around, I could give this away for $10. Okay.
Yeah, that's something I've tried to talk about and think about, is like, to actually just be okay with, like, hey, maybe I'll pay an extra $10 to $20 for this toy in a year or two, and maybe that's okay, because, like, maybe that's just the
turns out,
or good.
Then suddenly, if it turns out if it's going to be an $80 toy, maybe it's available in a different deco for $20.
Yeah, or especially with some high-end pieces, and I'm not saying this as like you're sticking it to the corpo, but like sometimes like Masterpiece toys get a really good luxury knockoff that is sometimes better than the original because they iterated on it and didn't have to develop the base toy. Like that's where I'm at with Movie Masterpiece Blackout. I really would like one. As far as I can tell, the common knockoff of it that's out there is as good, if not slightly better, or at least just different looking color-wise with the Scorponok to the original toy. And I'm fine with that, because, like, that is a cottage industry that grew in the 2010s. That's still, it's less easy to know what the good ones are now, but it is a thing that exists. Like, there's 2 SS-86 Optimus Prime knockoffs out there now that both sort of tweaked things in their own way. And it's hard to find good coverage of this stuff sometimes, but, you know, with Transformers, specifically, some high-end pieces get knocked off into better. And, like, you know...
I admit, I skipped Titan's Return, or not Titan's Return, I skipped Combiner Wars Devastator completely, but I picked up a $20 downscaled knockoff that puts it at the size of the regular Combiner Wars, and I'm pretty happy with that.
Yeah. Like, with knockoffs, I've always maintained, like, you know, interact, it's fine. There's no moral quandary about them. It's really just, like, don't be a dick about it.
No.
like, don't police people's collections.
It's infinitely superior to the AF-blow version.
Yeah, like, you know,
not really.
With the advent of the luxury knockoff, I've always maintained, like, no, some of them are nicer, because they got to iterate without developing the original toy. Like, yes, they probably should be nicer. Like, a number of Masterpiece Megatron MP36 knockoffs are nicer than the original. The original has a certain hand feel that I think is still unreplicated in the luxury knockoffs, but they do also just fix weird little things about that toy, like placements of certain tabs and hinges that are kind of dangerous just don't exist on the luxury knockoffs. They have more sensible engineering on those spots because of the, you know, third set of eyes looking at them. What was it? At least the idea with knockoffs of MP44 was to fix the knees. My understanding from some research I did recently is there are no good MP44 knockoffs, actually. Apparently they all are terrible, is my understanding. What it sounds like is the best version of MP44 to get is the solo version without the sound pack in his backpack. That was official. I need to look into this, but apparently that run of bad masterpieces from MP44 Optimus to Hound to Cartoon Bumblebee, which were the last masterpieces I got for a long time. Apparently that factory got bailed on by Takara Tomy, and those toolings are all gone because that factory got bailed on. So that's why MP44's trailer never resurfaced. Yeah, like I've always told people, like, the main reason to get annoyed about people talking about, like, luxury knockoffs is if they just walk up to you and constantly blather about how they're so galaxy brained for doing this, and like, oh, it's so much smarter. Because eventually it's kind of like, even if that toy wasn't better, like, this would just be irritating to listen to.
I'm not gonna lie, that is kind of what soured me on third party stuff for a very long time.
I remember we, like, back during, what was it, when Glacial Lord was making the rounds. I think I talked to you and Trent about that at a BotCon once. That,
probably.
Like, there's cool stuff in that space. You do just have to navigate around the buyers who think that they're like committing praxis or something by, like, yeah, like it's like just you know, just buy the stuff you think is neat, and you know, if it eventually has something really troublesome associated with it, just keep it to yourself. It's like they Unique Toys did masterpiece scaled versions of the Racist Twins from Revenge of the Fallen, because no one was ever going to, and they have some folks at that company who are really good at translating live action designs into masterpiece style transformations that are interesting. But, like, you know, that Mudflap and Skids, which were called Dumb and Dumber as product names, which is cute, you know, whatever. It's like, yeah, if you like them, just buy. Just don't, like, make that your identity that, like, I bought an expensive version of the Racist Twins, because, like, now you're just looking for a fight, obviously. So, you know, just, it's like the whole conversation about them, like, you know, oh, they should do them in studio series. It's like, at a certain point, like, you understand why they probably won't, right? So, like, don't make it your personality, and, like, obviously eventually someone's gonna make an unofficial version of them that are studio series scaled. It's probably gonna happen because the movies are very popular in China. So just bide your time, you know, like, have other interests.
Yeah. We're springing had another good one. Is it? Imagine you don't have the chance to buy something. Imagine you check a website tomorrow and it says sold out. If your response is shit, then you should buy it. If your response is more, "Ah, well," then maybe pass.
Yeah, that's how I felt about a lot of FOMO deals. Is I go like, you know what?
Mhm.
I'm actually going to give it a day or three until I am more comfortable. Like, if I'm waiting on a paycheck, especially, I'm going to wait till I'm comfortable.
Yeah.
And then if it's gone when I'm comfortable, I guess it just wasn't meant to be. Like, I don't mean to invoke fate as an actual science or anything, but I'm like, sometimes I do like to just make that a dice roll of like, hey, you know, if I'm really to pick up this one here that I'm looking at, it'll be here in a couple days. Because
Yeah.
that's how it'll line up. I don't believe in like the actual, I don't think there's fates that I can manipulate. But it's just a fun way to put it. I'm like, hey, if I'm supposed to have this, it'll be here when I have money for it.
Yeah, and yeah, depending on how many times characters have been redone recently, yeah, I feel like if you think that they're never going to put out that latest Studio Series Optimus again, yeah, no, they're going to rerun they're going to rerun that. There's
Yeah.
going to be a redeco. There's almost certainly going to be more. I am fairly certain that Hasbro is going to get into the habit of just straight rerunning more figures that were very popular.
Oh,
Because they've been doing that a lot more recently. So I imagine that's probably going to be a thing that they do more often, especially, with all the everything.
I presented this idea last stream, and I'll present it here, like just to get more commentary on it, right? I think that the fandom outside of like hype beasts and like like news driven content grinders, right? Leave that aside. I think the average fandom community would be super fine if Transformers quote unquote took a year off and just did a year of package refreshes. Like ideally a curated one like, based on feedback, right? But like just a year of like, hey, we're just gonna re-release like 24 figures this year in this price point, like whatever. We're gonna do 3 waves of generations, and it's just gonna be package refreshes, and we're going to try to make it things that we know y'all have been having trouble getting at in the secondary market with whatever data we have access to, but bear with us anyway. Yeah, it's the year of the package refresh, and then within that the retailer capsules can be the return of the goofy repaints, right? Like, hey, we're going to do Night Watch Studio Series Prime, aha, or something like that. We're going to do Solar Storm Megatron, so he's orange because that way we're doing the nod to safety Megatron or something. But
here's when we do the weird South American redecos of some guys.
Yeah. I just think that the current version of our fandom, I think people would grouse and there would be gnashing of teeth, but I think that halfway through that year, people would probably I'm never going to say there'd be consensus, but I think a fair amount of the current fandom would be like, no, actually this is kind of cool. This is like we're all taking a breath together and just getting to catch up on what we think is neat.
And with rare exception, you statistically are very likely there's probably going to be something there that you missed and want to have a second whack at.
Yeah. And it also, like on the Hasbro side, right, they get to just rerun some molds they ideally still have. They'd have to ideally pay someone to do some new graphic design for the boxes that year, but like that also gives them one bonus year on their development process. Maybe
depending
that
on what
out.
they do, they may not even have to do the packaging, because remember they reran Titan's Return Optimus.
True.
Just last year. I mean, that was in the old packaging.
That was so weird. Because like
that was incredibly weird, but it sold. I only saw it like twice.
I genuinely.
And that was when I was checking stores on the regular.
I think it was somehow confirmed to not be the case, but I was a big truther on the idea that they just found a pallet of those, because I was like, why would they just run that old box too? Like, why wouldn't they just like put the insert into an existing box template? But I was like, I don't know everything about how packaging's made, and so maybe this just makes more sense. But yeah,
I think it was just that they realized they had access to the mold, they had access to the files, and it is far easier to tell the factory to just run something they've already run than to have them run something new.
Yeah.
So just quicker, cheaper, it gets it out the door faster.
Oh, GD Sol, I'm sorry, I saw you tag my name. Yeah, I still stand by that. Like, it's a thing I think about a lot, which is, I don't have to buy every single thing I think looks neat. Like, that to me often extends more so out of Transformers into, like, other toy lines and stuff. But it used to be a problem where someone would get a cool figure from just something. I'd be like, oh, I want to get that. It looks fun. And I just have these higgledy-piggledy piles of toys all over the place where I'm like, I don't even know why I have half of this. But also, no, for Spring, I do agree. Like, I don't think the fandom TM would be chill about the package refresh year, especially not up front. Like, because boy would that make for, and I'm going to use this in the derogatory term, boy would that make for good content, wouldn't it? Like, imagine the pivot I could do to make 8 videos in a week all about the betrayal that Hasbro's committed upon us. Yeah, like, certainly that will happen. I just think that I'm thinking more about the end of summer of that year, when everyone starts to go like, wait, how do I actually feel about the past 8 months? And I think a lot of people would go like, hey, that was actually kind of nice. Because what is a commonality in fandoms? People saying a thing that happened was great because it's over. Even if they said it was terrible before it happened, right? Like, what's the pattern? This thing hasn't happened yet. It's doomed! We're done! They hate us! The thing finishes. That was one of the best things they ever did, and I can't believe it's already gone. They took it away from us, right? Like, that's the pattern I'm thinking about.
Wars animated.
Yeah. Yeah, Hasbro Summer. I mean, if they lean into it, it would be really funny if, like, the retail capsule of just weird repaints was called, like, the Hasbro Special. They make, like, a new Hasbro logo that says Hasbro. Because they're like, no, we know. We know. And guess what? We're taking it away from you.
Just describing Star Wars.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just going to share this. Totally, my favorite Star Wars collector story was when, I don't remember, one year they showed off a Vader's funeral pyre set, which was the same Jedi Luke that had been released 5 times prior, one of God knows how many Vader figures that have been re-released prior. The only things that were new was the pile of sticks. Even the torch wasn't new. That was lifted from an Indiana Jones set. So it's just like 2 figures you've almost certainly already got or have had the opportunity to buy 1,000 times, and a plastic dais of sticks. When that got canceled, people lost their shit.
Yeah.
And I'm just, and several are just going, you have those figures. You almost certainly have those. You probably have better versions of that Luke and Vader. Why are you? Come on.
Especially if it's a funeral pyre. At this point, someone could 3D print a pile of sticks and sell it to you for $20 on eBay or Etsy, and you'd probably feel like you stuck it to the man by buying that.
I mean, hell, even. I think this was before 3D printers were really a thing, but just go outside and get some small sticks. Collect some small sticks and glue them together.
My uniquely molded sticks! Yeah, Long River Valley, always fascinated by people on TFW who act like they're obligated to buy everything released. You think, like, I will always say, like, TFW has a rep because it has, like, one of the biggest board populations, and so math dictates, oh boy, the noise wall. But, like, you think you see bad stuff on there, dig into some Facebook groups. Facebook Transformers fans are my go-to cartoon character. I'm probably being unfair, by the way, but this is one of those rare cases where I say, like, but also I don't care, because everyone I know who's in a Facebook group told me I'm right. But the Facebook groups where I see this stuff, where people are like, I'm supposed to buy it all. How can I do this? How can I possibly buy all of it if it's just what am I supposed to do? And that's the cartoon character I always think about with some of this topic and these panels and videos and streams, is like, I also want to help break some of those folks through whatever terrible toxic state they're in with their hobby, because it's bad. They shouldn't feel that way about their hobby.
Remember the words of Aaron Archer. We don't expect you to buy all these. We never expected you to buy everything.
Yeah.
That is from the dude who ran Transformers when it was the best.
Also, Facebook is where Divorce Class came from, so I have a lot of other biases about Facebook. And I will respect a lot of perfectly fine and normal people have told me, and married people have told me, no, but Divorce Class is kind of funny. My partner agrees, and I'm like, I respect that. That's fine. It's all good. I'm just too well aware of the deepest roots of Divorce Class coming from the most I hate my wife guy I hate my wife guys. If it has been sort of retaken in a way, I'm glad. I just still wince whenever I see it, because I'm just like, oh boy. The Facebook groups make TFW 2005 look like the Blue Sky TF fans. Right wave sign! Right, it's not just me! I know I'm right! This is where I become
so glad I never got on Facebook.
This is where I become like the weird insufferable fan, is specifically about like the quality of Facebook fan groups for Transformers.
This is why I'm glad I'm such a curmudgeon. I never got on any of those things.
Yeah, no, like right now
I win from indifference.
we are scattered all over the place, but in a way where it's not as impossible to connect, people together across time and space. Because yeah, there's weird. I always call them, because my word for it in my brain was always just, yeah, there's funny fandom politics when spaces were more confined, but it was community politics. It was sociopolitics, not like left wing, right wing stuff. Now, obviously, that sometimes entered into people's personality types by total coincidence, it turns out. But nowadays, like, nobody cares where you come from in Transformers fandom anymore, and that's a beautiful thing to me. But also, yeah, no politics in the thread. That's been our little, because we do the podcast on TFW, and so we had a podcast after tariffs came up and were a whole funny thing. And so our go-to on the podcast, because this is what we do, we're fine doing it, is we just talk about whatever we want, and then we'll just say like, oh yeah, no politics in the thread. Because we figure like anyone who wants to have a fruitful conversation already knows us outside of TFW. Anyone who wants to get mad, then I get to flex the one place I moderate and go like, yeah, don't talk about it in the thread. No. If you're mad that we said something, take it to @Axsmith on Twitter. That's our complaint line. Because that's not my Twitter account. That's someone else's. So, but yeah, we were talking, and then like I thought I was going to be the one who was going to say something tariff related, then say no politics in the thread. And then friggin' Aaron was the one who dropped it. I can't remember what he said, but it's the episode that's up now. And he blurted something, and I was like, hell yeah, all right, not me, not my fault. I'm innocent.
I don't get yelled at. Yay!
No politics in the thread, and I didn't even say it. But yeah, I don't know if that was the picture we were tapping. That's just the first place my brain went for a tappable picture. Yeah. Hopefully this was helpful. I think this is probably a good wind down spot now.
Yeah.
But yeah, hopefully the stream was helpful, and hopefully the Yammer. I'm thinking of sticking with the Yammer hammer for when I want to have a chatty stream, just talking about whatever, because I like saying it. The imagery is going to be jank-ass, as this thumbnail was. But, eventually, hey, if we do enough, maybe I can commission some Yammer hammer art. What does that mean? Anyway, yeah, I will say, I'm a big fan of chatting about, these kind of topics in what I would consider to be my version of a controlled environment. For the same reason why I loved...
but controlled.
Yeah, it's the same reason why I loved taking part in tokusatsu podcasts throughout the 2010s and the late 2000s. Because, like, especially back then, tokusatsu discourse was a toxic waste dump. And so I really liked, connecting with folks like Ega Devil, and being able to talk about, like, Kamen Rider with just some nuance and control over our emotions that didn't exist in most of those spaces. I don't know how things are going now, but I was quite happy to talk. I'm always happy to talk about this kind of stuff in this space, because I'm in control of this space. Yeah, Gaim should be on HBO, exactly. What was the Disney Plus
HBO
one?
now?
Yeah, sorry, HBO Max now. No, wasn't it? They changed it to HBO. It was HBO Max, and then it was just Max.
They changed it to Max, and now it's back to HBO Max.
Okay, because I was gonna say, if they just made it HBO, I'd be like, we all know what you're doing. Just get to the part where it's HBO Max again.
Just get to the point where Zaslav is dunked into. Oh, never.
Yeah. No Fed posting. No actionable things. It'd be really funny though if a cartoon of Zaslav was harmlessly, cartoonishly bonked with an anvil, as in the classic Warner Brothers cartoons, to promote them.
In Minecraft.
Actually, in Roblox now. You're supposed to say in Roblox.
Okay, yeah.
The FBI
Roblox,
know about the FBI know about Minecraft.
Okay.
That's only half a joke. The discourse is pretty mild unless you're talking about Gotchard. What did Gotchard do? It looks like the most harmless ass anniversary. I mean, it's a Toku fandom. I can think of all kinds of things, but is it because Gotchard has chrome armor plates? Like, is it that low grade?
Drop a link to the Vader funeral pyre in the alternate chat.
Oh wait, I want to see this.
Enjoy that.
We got let's talk about tariffs. There is an Etsy. It's an Etsy link. This shop is taking a short break. Low stock, oh boy. This is a whole thing. the Kenner ass aesthetics of this. Wait, is this showing up? Yeah. The severely Kenner aesthetics of this is sending me. I love this.
Oh. Oh, that is... Oh. Oh, somebody made a retro version. Oh, wow.
Oh, there's a whole...
Yeah, that's not...
There's a whole clear Vader. There's a whole clear Vader who's on fire as one of the pieces in this.
Okay, I'm not going to lie. That is pretty impressive. That's not what they did, but that's not the Kenner one. But, I mean, that's not the official Hasbro one that got canceled. But that is... No, I quite enjoyed that. Oh, that is fun. That is fun.
This seems cooler than...
Yeah, that... Oh, that is so much better than what Hasbro did. Oh, no.
Oh,
I would actually be tempted to buy that one.
I'm so bummed out at the bottom. Buyer highlights summarized by AI.
Oh.
Great product. Perfect edition. Beautiful. Excellent. This is pulling words. It's not a summary.
Inspired by the entertainment.
Oh, I forgot about that. That's a Star Wars thing, right? The entertainment? That's where that came from?
Oh, no, that was just Hasbro all over the place.
Oh.
Because there were Transformers ones that were saying that kind of thing. Inspired by the entertainment.
Somehow that's worse to me than content. I don't like content, but the entertainment is almost like they're now telling me I'm also not a human. Like,
yeah.
Well, this shop is taking a short break.
Entertainment while consuming food and drink.
Where's this? Oh, this is shipping from the UK, so this is going to be expensive. But it's I mean, 74 Canadian for this whole setup with the little LED puck. Like, that seems really... Oh, there's a bunch of options, that's why. That much... I mean, 74 Canadian for this much printing already, I think, is fine and fair. Out of my price range, but, like, 3D printers deserve... 3D print artists undercharge for everything they do, in my experience. So, I think this is still fair.
Was it inspired by the entertainment from that Hot Wheels Optimus? You know, that might be where it was from.
Oh.
That specific wording, yeah.
Because that...
I mean, Hasbro was using that inspired by the whatever for a lot of product copy. But yeah, I think inspired by the entertainment was that really weird Hot Wheels Optimus.
That Hot Wheels Optimus was... its ad copy and box text was so rife with, like, GPT-ass grammar and weirdness. Maybe that is... Maybe some autocorrector was the creator of the entertainment. Maybe no human created the entertainment. It's Mattel's fault. Friggin' the country of Mattel once again. Can't believe it. Sports entertainment. What a great way to describe something. What a great way to describe something once or twice and not all the time. Anyway, yeah, Cypher, I'll let you go before I do my little wind down. Because I just have some tracks I like to play at the end. But thank you for joining me for this. That was fun.
Oh, this was a blast. I enjoyed this.
Yeah.
Hope you all had a good time, too.
I shrank the chat window. My apologies, everyone. There you go. You're back to normal. Yeah, me and Cypher are hoping to do something about like the length and breadth of the mini-cons on the whole as a fun stream. I was thinking... I would like to have a lot of photos ready to go. Because I was thinking it'd be fun to just go chronologically through every mini-con and just have a chat about them, since, like, ostensibly, at least mold-wise, I assume, Cypher, you just have access to all of them on hand.
If not, I probably have pictures of them already taken on the wiki, so I've got that all sorted.
Yeah, I think that'd be kind of just fun as a thing, because, like, you know, what better way to chat? Like, I could stream about all of a thing, right? But it's more fun to stream about all of a thing with somebody who actually collected almost all of a thing, too. I think that could be kind of fun. And then, yeah, we can all have nostalgia about the mini-cons, think about how mini-cons are still not really happening in Generations, aside from the two that were buried in those exclusives.
I mean, I got my Whisper, and I'm very happy about that, but...
So very buried, though, that Whisper. That's in an SG 2-pack that was like a Pulse exclusive, right? Like,
yeah.
that's so far
Granted,
away.
it was one where I liked at least 2 of the toys in it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, and that was another one where it's like, yeah, I own every version of this mold except for anybody who's Sideswipe or Red Alert.
Yeah.
I own everybody else who is that mold.
I missed out on that 2-pack and the I missed out on the cheap Pulse warehouse whatever Hot Shots with Jolt.
Yeah, I was tempted, but I was a little too late for that. Oh, I had to get Rodimus. He's my beautiful bastard boy.
I really wanted that 2-pack. I just really was hoping it would show up in Canada at a GameStop, and it just never did. And then it was always just hovering outside of my buying habits. That Hotshot came out in Canada at leader price, and I was like, nope. I don't want to. The only thing I want from this is Jolt. I just can't do this.
I just need them to slow down. I just need them to slow down on the shattered glass sound waves. You know, I already put in my AliExpress order for that one model kit. Please stop making them, especially when they're expensive.
Yeah, every expensive licensed figure company is always like, oh yeah, shattered glass version of this. Like, that's a $175 toy. Okay.
Okay, well, at least you're doing it from the Bumblebee Soundwave. I can kind of ignore that.
Yeah. But yeah, we're gonna figure out.
Staring at the $300 3-0 shattered glass Soundwave figure he's got.
I was gonna say, yeah. Yeah, we're gonna figure out a time to do that. Because next week I'm flying out west to visit my mom and doing the toy show, and then I'm gonna be there for 2 weeks. I'm gonna have a harder time, I think, figuring out collab streams while I'm out there, unless I crack a code on my laptop and I just find a comfortable way to set everything up. So the mini-con thing I may wait until I'm back here. But
yeah, it's gonna take some, and it would definitely be one that I think we did this within like 12 hours or something. Figured out, hey, do you want to do this? Okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah, this one I knew that we had this one in the chamber, and so when you mentioned Wednesdays, I was like, well, that's in 12 hours. How you feel? But yeah, the mini-con one, it would be nice to. I don't want to like overplan it, but it'd be nice to give it some lead time and get some. Just get a nice little present, not a PowerPoint presentation, but a bunch of images ready to go, so we just have some fun visuals.
At least one of every mold, some of the more interesting redecos.
Yeah. But I am going to try to keep streaming.
All I know is I'm going to go right from this to finishing up. I got to finish. I didn't do a short. I've got a short ready to go. I got to record the voiceover for that and then get that out, hopefully within the hour or two.
Hell yeah, and you can find that. Hang on a second. You can find those. My window go. You can find those shorts on youtube.com/@mcypher right here. You can see the @ and everything. Right.
Ta-da!
Where's my mouse? Right here. The @ and everything. It's right here.
Long form, short form, and if anybody knows anything about Japanese, please watch that. I can't pronounce it at the moment. I don't have it in front of me to.
Oh, I put it in the description.
That weird Fort Max.
Yeah, this is also the best coverage you will find. It's easier on the videos page, actually. Here we go. Best coverage you'll find of the Transformers Downtown no Gaki no Tsukai Arahende voice clips. It's the downtown Fort Max head. So you can see the.
I really wanted. I actually found a download of that special that's from once, and I isolated one clip. I don't know where the others are.
Yeah, now that is, I think, the only that's at least the only coverage I have seen that is academic, I guess, of that head that comes to recent memory. So that's on here too. Yeah, the Manzai Fort Max. That's right, Connor.
That is a pride piece of my collection. That is in the only if I need a kidney pile.
But yeah, Cypher, thanks so much for coming by, and I'll.
It was a pleasure.
I'll follow up with you later. Have a good recording.
All right. Up and all around, everybody.
I'll catch you around.
Yep.
And then if I don't leave this call, it's going to make funny noises. So I've got to disconnect from there. And yeah, thank you all for checking this out. That's I guess our first test run. It's not a pure yapping stream because there was a targeted conversation, but and it went longer than I expected, but also I had fun. This feels like I was thinking for just like dropping a Yammer hammer, especially when I'm out west. If I want to just throw out one, I think it would be fair to do just like let's have a chat and like as initial fuel, just like scroll the TFW front page. I'm not trying to take anyone's daily news video thunder or hitting up anyone's weekly twits or anything. But I think it'd be a fun like stream style of like let's just start off with the front page news and just see where we go. Maybe it's a little bit of a Twitch streamer approach, I guess. But I'm streaming on YouTube, so we're mixing up our elements. Here we go. Oh, I gotta make sure this is actually like that first. And then we gotta pull this in here too. We did it! Hey, hang on. Hey! Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for checking out the stream. Please feel free... please feel free to clip stuff if you found it useful. Please feel free to drop... This is even more important. Drop some timestamps in the comments with specific things. Because that way VOD watchers have reference points to look at, and eventually I can also roll those into chapter markings. I just have to actually remember to do that. But there is only gains for all of us, myself included, to be fully transparent, if we are dropping... Wait, he's not on the line anymore. If we are dropping in some... Excuse me, not on the line anymore. Dropping in some time-coded moments. Those are helpful. Clips are also helpful, doubly so if you post them places for people to look. I'm realizing more and more how to make the streaming side of YouTube a little bit more lively and active, and those seem to be the user engageable elements that exist most prominently in that space. I have seen the Great X Kaiser transformation video. That stuff, I wish it was on par with like the best of the Diaclone videos, but it was still pretty good. It was better than the Great Robot Base CG video. Anyway, yeah. I'll see you all again. I have actually a GameStop, they called me and it wasn't Solus. I think my Solus pre-order is gone, so I think I have to cancel that in Megatronus and roll the $5 down payments. And I'm going to try to do that because my Deluxe Bone Crusher came in. That's the only one I pre-ordered from the Constructicons because he's a little freak in a onesie. So, probably going to have a box shred stream for that in the next couple days. And maybe I'll try doing box shred into some front page seed and kind of combo some Yammer on the box shred. I don't know. We'll play around. Is this the anime ED? Well, it's also the OP. It's actually, it is specifically Dark Step from the YouTube audio library. I've just been using it so much I decided to try to claim it behind me. Anyway, yeah, that's coming up. I'm trying to start filming the Dia Battles V2 video because I finished the audio edit. It's nearly half an hour long, so it's going to be a little while to get that assembled, I think. And I might fart out an A-level deluxe SS86 Bumblebee video before then, because I filmed half of it just for fun on a whim, because I was like, I'm going to film something. And filming the robot mode of that little guy was really easy. So, hey, we'll see what happens. I will catch you all later, and I don't know. I don't have a schedule yet. Take it easy out there. Stay safe. Please survive. It is a demand I put upon you.
Let them come.